Next on America's Day of the Races, the action heats up on the Friday card from Aqueduct. 19 Oysters was unexpectedly dominant in his debut. Now the secret is out. Can he live up to the weight of expectations as a short price favorite? In Hot Springs, Arkansas, it's the eve of the Arkansas Derby weekend at Oaklawn Park. Weather an issue, we'll get into that. The Friday card has plenty of talent, though, including Grade 1 winner Monterey. Multiple graded stakes winner is back for Brad Cox for her 4-year-old debut in the Matron. Wicked Halo is a new filly. Since her defeat to Monterey last May, she's reeled off 4 straight stakes wins before a third-place finish in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. And is Angel of Empire the real deal or a Derby pretender? He looks to cement his status in the Kentucky Derby starting gate. We'll preview his chances in Saturday's Arkansas Derby. All that and more coming up on this Friday edition of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Good to have you with us on our FS2 coverage. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling. We are safe inside, protected from the elements. Our crew out in Hot Springs, we unfortunately cannot say the same.
The good news is that I don't think that Arkansas weather is coming here anytime soon, though it looks a little like the Wizard of Oz there. We hope everybody is safe, but see if they get those races back on track. They're hoping to run their third race at 2:30, and nice to see Monterey coming back, her first race since the test. And you mentioned Wicked Halo, who really turned her career around. I think that win, the Prioress, really turned her around. But 19 Oysters, interestingly enough, with 19 Oysters, looking at stats for trainer Chad Summers, who does not win a high percentage, he has one stat that's sticking out like a sore thumb. He has very good numbers stretching horses out. And this horse goes from 6.5 in the debut to a mile in here. And Chad is 7 for 27 with a $3.60 ROI, stretching horses out in the dirt. So that should bode well for her chances. His chances, excuse me.
Yes, that is our feature here in New York. That's the 7th at Aqueduct Andy's talking about. That's the even money favorite, 19 Oysters, who was dominant. I mean, blew that field away and didn't take a ton of attention there. Went off at better than 7-1. Here it is. It was back on February 24th, 6.5 furlongs. Apprentice Maddie Olver was aboard. She'll be back aboard today.
If somebody told you he's even money in the line, and I picked against him, I'm trying to beat him in this race, but if somebody said to you he's going to run the same 84 buyer that he ran last time, and that figure holds up pretty well, then he should be 2-5 in here, because it seems almost inconceivable that anybody's going to run a number that high. I guess the question becomes, will he run back? Sometimes they're cranked up first time out. They don't run as well second time out. And I think there's some interesting players in here, but this was a very impressive debut.
One race, now facing winners, getting a new distance. A lot of questions, but obviously a lot of talent on that display in the debut. We'll see how it pans out for 19 Oysters. Race 7, our feature, 4:28 Eastern. Post time for that 7th coming up. Just these 3-year-olds, again, it's 3-year-olds. That horse stretching out, the most inexperienced runner in the race. Things can change quickly, but someone would need to certainly step up.
Yeah, or he takes a step back. But yeah, no, I agree. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, listen. One of the great things about racing is it's like opening a present. You never really know what's going to be inside when the race unfolds. You like that?
Yeah.
You really seem to enjoy that analogy. I can see the look on your face. You're thinking he really needs to stop.
I need some more of the gifts part of playing the races.
Yeah, there are no gifts in racing.
I
hate to tell you, there's a lot more coal in your stocking than there are gifts. But when there are gifts, they can be pretty good.
They can be great. Those races presented by Claiborne Farm, so we'll have Aqueduct, Oaklawn, as well as Andy said. Actually, they've moved it up now, I believe, about just 15 minutes away.
No, that's 3:15 their time, Greg. They're 2:02. I'm wondering, that's race 4.
Oh.
I'm wondering if that means they're not going to run the third. Nobody's told us anything.
All right, we'll try and get an update on that. We'll keep you posted.
Yeah.
Good catch.
We're looking at it on there. People are wondering why we're talking about it as though you're looking at it. We're looking at it on their simulcast feed. And they're it looks to me they cancel race 3 because now they're saying 71 minutes till race 4.
We'll go live to our crew in Hot Springs. Lafitte Pinkai, Paul LaDuca have more for us. Luckily, guys, at least we have a much, much better forecast later tonight and into tomorrow for Arkansas Derby Day.
Better today, Greg, than tomorrow. The tornado sirens have been blaring. The rain continues to fall. Paul, and as Andy just mentioned, the third race on the program has been canceled.
Yeah, listen, it just basically just got announced by Jim Beyer. Jim Beyer should get I don't even know, an Oscar or whatever. Sirens have been going off in the building because there's a tornado warning. People have been going to the front of the building. They've been going to the casino as well. Nobody really knows where to go. And Jim Beyer just announced over the loudspeaker that basically what happened is that they canceled race number 3, and they're trying to get race number 4. We're still hearing rumblings right now, Lafitte. And if you are alive in your wagers, race number 3 is going to be in all in your pick 5 wagers.
Okay, so again, clear skies for tomorrow, biggest day of the year at Oaklawn Park. Arkansas Derby, 200 Kentucky Derby points on the line, 100 to the winner. Paul, what are you most excited about going in?
Well, I'm a little bit excited about Angel of Empire, just because I think a lot of people are wondering, okay, is one of Brad Cox's legit horses that is on the trail? You look at Reincarnate, and a lot of people look at Red Route 1 or horses that have been very consistent, and I think a lot of people have the question mark on Angel of Empire, whether he's good enough or not, and if there's enough speed in there. Two Eagles River is another horse in there that I'm very excited to look at to see if he can step up his game.
Two Eagles River, wire to wire in an allowance race. A difficult spot to make his Grade 1 debut. Reincarnate installed as the 5-2 morning line favorite. We'll have much more on the Arkansas Derby throughout the course of the broadcast. As for today's feature and the matron for fillies and mares, Oaklawn really wanted to bolster this particular division for filly and mare sprinters, so they're hoping this race becomes graded before long. They're off to a really good start considering who decided to show up for this one. You do have 3 scratches, numbers 4, 5, and 7 all out. The Wicked Halo still in, the morning line favorite, Paul, and welcome back Monterey. Last seen running 3rd in the test. Prior to that, sensational in the Acorn on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes.
That makes it very interesting with the 3 scratches. Now you got a 4-horse race, so it turns into a tactical race, doesn't it, Lafitte? And, you know, you look at Matarea, and you can argue she's, you know, the one filly that has run well off Lasix, along with Wicked Halo. That could be a key here because no Lasix in this race. Obviously, this is a horse with a ton of talent, and Brad is bringing this horse in with obviously some intent. We'll see how the track plays on a little bit later on, but I think she is the filly to beat. Norm Cassie's been rolling in some nice ones too. I do think the outside horse has got a big shot as well.
Good news, bad news. Brad Cox says she is training amazing. Matarea, the bad news, he says this probably isn't her best distance, 3/4 of a mile. And then you have Wicked Halo and the tremendous fall that she had at Keeneland, finishing 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. Prior to that, Paul, victory in the Grade 2 Raven Run.
It just seems like Steve Asmussen's horses of late have been fired. You know, Echo again yesterday, he led that horse out himself, and he's had these horses ready off the layoff. It just reminds me a little bit of Gunite. Gunite came here and just blitzed the field, and he's run 2 good races, obviously. Overseas, and this is a horse to me that looks like he's primed and ready, and he seems like he likes the wet track, and he gets the favorable draw of the outside of the other 3 horses in here, which could be a tactical spot in here, and I think he's the horse to beat.
Winchell Thoroughbreds, Steve Asmussen, Tyler Gaffalione. Greg, not the last we'll hear of that trio this weekend, of course, represented by Red Route 1. Dangerous closer in tomorrow's Grade 1 Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, for Steve Asmussen, Winchell Thoroughbreds, guys, stay out of that weather, and hopefully, again, very, very soon, we're going to take a turn for the better weather-wise. Seems like that's the case looking at the updates online.
I want to know if that's the Luduka fan club or the Pinkai fan club that's been waving behind them. I haven't seen them before, so I think they're there for Lafitte. And I went to Oaklawn once, and I went there with Lafitte, and it poured on Arkansas Derby Day. So the problem is Lafitte.
Got to get him out of Hot Springs.
He's
Man brings bad weather, but only to Arkansas. Quick look at those odds here for the 5th. That's the start of the late pick 4 here. Seems like a pretty wide open race unless you think Peros is a standout.
I picked Peros, and I hate going to the favorite, and I do think it's kind of an interesting race. I thought he ran very well. He was wide last time, and not just a track that was very kind inside runners, but horses that were wide were spinning their wheels throughout the day. But I also think that the 4, Bad Water, is an interesting new player, a private purchase by this outfit for Rob Atras. They bought one horse at Tampa that we saw win here last weekend, so they made some sharp purchases, and I think there's an argument the maiden race might be a little better than the Fig suggests.
All right, we'll get into it. Yeah, a little bit more going on than maybe just Peros in this spot, but we'll have the post parade coming up momentarily. We're going to take a timeout this weekend in New York. Getting back to business. Speaking of Rob Atras, law professor back in New York and back in action after he took a trip to Hot Springs for the Grade 3 Razorback, finished a distant third to Last Samurai, getting back to where we last saw him win, and he was dominant.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer!
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com. Coming up tomorrow, feature on the card in South Ozone Park at Aqueduct. Mile and an eighth Excelsior and Law Professor returns to New York for Rob Atras after trying Hot Springs in the Grade 3 Razorback.
Yeah, and he got a little hard to handle. I don't know if he was fighting Jose Ortiz or what the deal was. Obviously also trying to be a good field with the first two finishers coming back with very big wins in their next start. Here he is dominating a field in the, I want to say this is not the Stymie, but the Queens County, much earlier in the year. This is a tougher field, though. But he is the controlling speed on paper, so along with his talent, tactically, he may have a big advantage.
Manny Franco was aboard for this one. He will be back aboard tomorrow. And he should be a pretty heavy favorite in this spot. Still waiting to see if Miles D can become the horse that it looked like he was going to be early in his career.
Well, sure. I mean, and I thought he showed some signs of life finishing behind, right now, the very potent Repo Rocks. And you think about the best race of his career, it was a mile and an eighth here at Aqueduct when he beat Speaker's Corner. Now, Speaker's Corner is a better one-turn sprinter-type horse, 7 furlongs to a mile. But Miles D ran him down at a relatively moderate pace that day, and he does seem like he had a little bit more speed even last time to put himself into the game. So I do believe he's a major threat. What about the horse who's shipping in from Oakland, the number 5 horse, shipping in for 3 Diamonds? He didn't have the best of trips, I thought, in the Law Professor race last time. Thought he had a shot as well.
He ran a huge number before that Razorback, which earned him the chance to go in there for Mike Maker.
I agree, in the outside post wide the whole way last time. And also, I don't think we're going to have a bad day here yesterday, but they're expecting some rain in the morning. So the track may be wet, and he has run well over wet tracks. That's Keystone Field.
Yeah. 5-horse who morning line 6-1. Jose Lezcano will be aboard. We're looking forward to that on our Saturday coverage here from Aqueduct. We're going to take a timeout when we come back. Obviously a big one. We'll have live coverage tomorrow. Arkansas Derby on the road to this year's Kentucky Derby. But the leader right now, the 2-year-old champ, that's who everybody at this point has got to beat. Forte, his final tune-up coming up Saturday as well. Stay with us.
Here comes Malatha. Here comes Clariere on the outside, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Outside, it's Malatha coming to the wire. Who's it going to be? Here's the wire. Oh, the wish has come true. That one's for you, Cody.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry. Tomorrow, the road to the Kentucky Derby heats up in Hot Springs, Arkansas. America's Day at the Races brings you expanded on-site coverage from Oaklawn Park, featuring the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby and Grade 3 Fantasy. Don't miss all the action from 1:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern on FS2.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservationist Vito Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Getting set for the late pick 4 here in New York at Aqueduct. Starter optional claiming sprint, 6 furlong distance. And Paros, the 7, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, the favorite, dominant maiden win, then ran third first try against winners. Let's head downstairs. Welcome in for the first time today, the MIG, Richard Bigliori.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And, it's interesting looking at these horses. The 3 that stood out from a physical perspective, and then I'll talk about their merits, what I see on paper. The 1, Swifty Devil from Mike Gorham. I mean, this is just a big strapping chestnut. He possesses natural speed, and I think that holds the key to this race. For me, it would simplify things. I've got post 1, horse with speed, going 6 furlongs. I'm coming out running. If you want it, you're going to have to take it away from me. But it'll be interesting to see what Eric Cancel decides to do. But from a physical perspective, this horse could not look any better here in the paddock for trainer Michael Gorham. Go to the outside now, the 7, Paros. I'm looking at horses that are taking money or favorites, and I'm looking for some sort of weakness, something that tells me maybe they won't run their A effort. I don't see any of that with Paros. He looks tremendous from a physical perspective. He makes a lot of sense on paper, particularly if some pace sets up here, which will lead me to the 8-horse, Little Luca, who looks outstanding. This horse, to me, has really raced into optimum fitness. I've always been of the belief that horses that possess a lot of speed, show a lot of speed, have to be fitter than horses that maybe settle and make a run because they run the whole race. They run most of the way, and I just think it took Little Luca 3 starts to kind of find that optimum fitness level. He has speed. It all depends on what the 1-horse Swifty Devil does along the inside, and if these 2 hook up, then it's going to set up for your favorite Paros. But those are the 3 that look best physically here in the paddock.
Mig, thank you. Riders up, and we'll have our post parade here coming up in a moment, as it's still 3-2 on Paros.
I do think Ferris to beat. I don't get Little Luca at all in here. I think he's doomed to chase outside with Swifty Devil and Cam and Duke, both having potentially more speed than him. And I thought he took advantage of a very good rail and a speed track last time out to beat up on a weak field. I'm surprised he's taking as much money as he is. Swifty Devil's a funny horse because Manny Franco basically eased him in the stretch last time like something went wrong. It was weird. He was also wide against the rail. I do think he's a little dangerous on back races, but I can't trust him after his last effort.
Oh, really, his last two have been awful, but he has three races, really, that make you say, hold on a minute. If he can get back to one of those, yeah, he's a major player, and here he is, 11-1. Mike Gorham trains.
Mike Gorham is 1 for 34, I believe, running in New York over the last 5 years. Not very reliable. He has run good races, as you said, but I don't trust him at all.
Playing with Match is going to cut back in distance for Mark Hennig.
It's a very good cutback for him. He ran well enough to be competitive here. 2 back, gets Lasix. He's dangerous.
Sounds spooky, 37-1.
Sounds spooky, looks spooky.
Looks like there's not much of a case to be
Ray
made.
Lou Gutierrez riding the 2, the champion rider from Fairgrounds.
Yeah, how about that? Badwater, you said dangerous, moves to the Rob Atras barn. They usually move up for him.
Yeah, and it felt like, the second horse came back and improved out of that race. Hard to really tell first-timers, but I thought he was interesting if you're looking for a little more of a price.
It's a big price on Cam Duke.
Yeah, I don't like Cam Duke. I thought he came up a very good rail last time. Had a perfect trip. I don't see how he could beat Perros without an incident.
D Speedster 19-1 New Gelding and gets a 7-pound apprentice.
But is going to have to really improve off the claim from Orlando Noda, and he claimed from Jorge Abreu, who's tough to improve on.
Here's the favorite, Perros, Linda Rice.
I really thought he spun his wheels trying to make an outside move on a very strong rail last time that was hindering outside movers. I think he's in good form. I think he's way the horse to beat.
And Little Luca improved and won for the first time, dropping down to State Bred maiden 25, but he did get a much better number.
He did, but he did it while riding a bias, which tends to enhance performances, and it just doesn't seem like, at least on paper, he's supposed to be in front of the 1 or even the 5 here. I didn't like him.
3-1, Little Luca. Pick 4 starts here. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin for the first time on our Friday coverage. Hey, JK.
Hi, Wolfie. How are you? It's good to see you, buddy. I actually like Little Luca, so this ought to be fun. I will say this, though. This summer, or after the meet was over, a friend of mine got married in Perros, and it was beautiful in Greece. But this horse is a little bit overbet, in my opinion. I think the horse can absolutely win. I wouldn't be shocked. I do prefer Perros over Cam Duke. But I like Little Luca. I like horses that end up moving from inside speed to outside speed. This horse was stuck down on the inside or towards the inside last time. Wasn't glued to the rail, but was down towards the inside with pressure to his outside. Now gets to move towards the outside. Also, when you look at the pace figures from Little Luca, depending on which pace figures you look at, right there last time in terms of the early pace compared to horses like Perros and Cam Duke in his last race. 110, I believe it was, on Timeform US. Those other two in the 102, 114, 110, 115 range. So right there. And I like that outside draw for horses with tactical speed. And when the prices are where the prices are in terms of 7-2 versus 9-5, I prefer the 8. If I'm playing the pick 4, I'm using the 7 and the 8, but for the sake of making a pick and trying to make a good win wager, I would prefer the 8 Little Luca. But, maybe I'm just a little bit biased because Austin's best friend and your favorite Luca is Little Luca. Little Luca A. You see him running around sometimes at Saratoga.
Yeah, he's got a wicked slap shot, too. 4-1. He does have that outside post, so options, but this could be a much tougher test for him today.
Yeah, Jonathan, I just completely disagree. I think he's a total pitch here, and Jonathan likes him. We'll see how it works out. But then again, I chalked it out. So the hats have been reversed here. Jonathan, I stole your horse here. We'll see what happens. I think the interesting horse, if you're looking for an alternative, there's 2 possibilities. There's Badwater.
The 4.
Yeah. Who I don't think is a great price at 5-1, given he got a supersonic pace. It was a 5-furlong race. It was at Tampa. I don't think he had a very good trip. He camped the inside, but he is an interesting private purchase going to Rob Atras. So all the intangibles are good. The horse himself, he's tough to advocate off his first race, but doesn't mean he can't improve. But playing with matches, yeah, the rail was the place to be on November 17th. So he took advantage of it. Not a gigantic bias, but I thought his next race was pretty good, going 7 furlongs. And then they tried him in a mile. He's just not a miler. I think he's a little interesting cutting back at 10-1 if you want an alternative. I played
agree.
a 7-2.
Yeah, facing General Banker, who's on the Triple Crown Trail, getting back to sprinting, which is where he won at. Now he'll get Lasix. He's had a little time to mature as well.
Yeah, Tony, a little bit interesting, and Raylu. But the question for Raylu is, I want to know who finished second and third behind him at Fairgrounds, because I haven't really legitimized that title yet.
Minute to post, fifth at Aqueduct. You win a title anywhere.
Raylu's,
I don't care.
Raylu's a great man. I'm thrilled to see him here, and he may be joining us in Saratoga. I'm not sure if he's riding or he's trying to take somebody's job here. So, Richie, I'd be careful.
Careful, Mig.
I'm always worried, looking over my shoulder, guys. That's part of being a jockey. You get replaced pretty often. Hopefully, he stays riding for a bit longer because he's having a pretty good career as of this moment. I think it was Jimmy Graham second to him at the Fairgrounds, if I'm not mistaken. Swifty Devil looked good in the paddock, continue to look good on the racetrack. I just wonder, what Eric Cancel decides to do. Like I said, from the rail, I think it's simple. You got to go forward. Playing with matches, Raylu Gutierrez's mount really elevated on the racetrack. Was a little bit nondescript to me in the paddock. Loved the way he framed up on the track. Really liked the way he moved, his warm-up. Definitely a horse that moved up. Badwater actually sold in the OBS winter mix sale. I was talking to Rob Atchis. They bought him out of that sale. Subsequently, he had, a little bit of a virus, got better, says he's been training well. The 7 Paros could be the beneficiary of a perfect trip. He makes a lot of sense, short price, look good, continue to like him on the racetrack. I'm going to take a stab at the 8, Little Luca. I just think that he seems like he's improved fitness level-wise. I like what Jonathan said about outside speed. And I just wonder, and Andy, this is really a question for you because, jockeys have habits, and we see certain riders are more comfortable doing certain things than others. And we know that Trevor McCarthy is a guy that you can count on usually being fairly aggressive, and this is a horse with speed from the outside. Now, Eric Cancel has speed from the inside, and Eric sometimes will defer and allow someone else to take the initiative. That seems to be his first inclination. Is that something that you have to factor into your handicapping sometimes? Maybe how a rider's going to approach it, or is it just a factor you can't control, so you go with what the horse's strength usually is?
It's a very fair question, but I more defer to the latter. First of all, Richie, I think you're ignoring Cam Duke, who's got Jason Hueyas, who's a very aggressive rider who potentially has as much, if not more, speed than the 8. So he could be a fly in the ointment even if the 1 doesn't go. And I also think, and I think you'll agree with this, Eric's a little more in the gun because he drew the rail with Swifty Devil. So if he's a little passive, he really risks getting shuffled out of the race. And the thing about Eric is, and I know you'll agree with this, I think one of the frustrations is sometimes he's too passive because some of the best riding he's ever done has been on the front end when he was very successful. And having the rail here, I feel like he kind of has to go from in there. Now, that doesn't mean if Trevor wasn't going to go and ascend or Jason Hueyas doesn't, that he won't end up deferring after that. But I have trouble seeing any rider in this situation being passive. Not that I disagree with a word you said, Richie, but in this case, I just think they have to let the chips fall as they may.
And you're right about Jason Hueyas. He's shown consistently that being aggressive is something that he does consistently.
See how that speed pans out. Eric Cancel on the 1 Swifty Devil, speed to the outside as you see Trevor McCarthy on that 8. Little Luca, Cam Duke, the 5 not slow either. It is the start of the pick 4, even money on the 7. Paros may set up perfectly for him with all this pace. Chris Griffin the call, start of the pick 4.
All set. And they're off. Little Luca's hard set from the outside, and there is Little Luca right out to the front. Down to the inside, it's Swifty Devil, who's going to apply pressure. Gets tight here at the rail as Little Luca will cross over, is in command. Swifty Devil is back to second. There's Badwater is in third. Cam Duke is moving forward, so is Paros. As that group is starting to move forward after this leader, Little Luca, who's only 3/4 of a length in front of many chasers. Also there is Playing with Matches, who moves towards the outside here with less than 4 furlongs to go. Second to last is D Speedster, and far back is the trailer Sounds Spooky. No turning back for Little Luca. Little Luca rips through that opening quarter. 22.57 for that opening quarter mile is a neck in front. Cam Duke is in between horses ready to challenge, and Paros has had a nice trip from third. Tightly at the rail there is Swifty Devil, and Eric Cancel just looking for somewhere to go. They reach a quarter mile left to go. Cam Duke has taken the lead, but Paros is ready to pounce up on the outside, and here comes Paros just out in the center of the racetrack trying to pass them all. Here's Paros with the lead. lead. Swifty Devil now launching a rally late is at the rail, has got that seam, and here comes Swifty Devil. Cam Duke is in there as well. All the momentum is with Swifty Devil for a final 16th. Eric Cancel got the room, and now Swifty Devil is striding away. Swifty Devil kicks off the late pick 4. It's Swifty Devil over Cam Duke, then Peros set a late run from playing with matches in 1 minute 12.32 seconds.
Swifty Devil 8-1 to start this late pick 4. The second win from 11 starts. Eric Cancel for Mike Gorham.
And in fairness to Eric, he really tried to go, but Trevor was determined with Little Luca, and they just went a little too fast for him. And he ended up settling into a very good spot, never left the rail in here. And a horse that was against the track last time, he came back to his better numbers here to get it done. Peros was bad in defeat because he sat an absolute dream trip. You want to say he was a little too close to the pace for his running style? I can live with that. The problem is that Cam Duke still beat him in this race. So, yeah, taking a little out of his running style, I can't make an excuse for him at 4-5. He was bad in there. Swifty Devil, on the other hand, was good.
Shows you, though, that this game, as you mentioned, Eric Cancel, he tried to be aggressive out of the gate. He tried to get to the front. The 8 was just quicker. Still worked out in his favor.
Yeah, but, you know, and I think that's something that Richie would agree with. So it's kind of what Richie says about getting your position going forward. Eric didn't lose the lead in this race because he was passive. He lost the lead because the other horse was dramatically sent. Now, I'm not knocking Trevor. He was on a horse that just turned out to not be good enough to compete in here. Trevor did what he had to do to give him his best chance to win. As it turned out, whatever chance he gave him wasn't going to be good enough.
8-1 start to the late pick 4, 157 finish. Swifty Devil, Speedster 3-year-old, picks up the second win of his career. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have these prices for you. When we come back, then it's late pick 3. Still talk the Derby Trail on the weekend coming up as well with a 2-year-old champ back in action. Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Is brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Late pick 4 at Aqueduct. Swifty Devil tried to get to the front, did not work out. So Eric Cancel was patient, hugged that rail, comes up the inside for the win.
And I'm tough on Eric at times, and I know he doesn't always appreciate it, but I think credit where credit is due. This was an absolutely terrific ride. He tried to go to the front. The other guy wanted to lead more. He realized in that situation, I'm not being passive. I'm getting my position going forward, as Richie said, but I just can't go with this guy because he's committing. So he didn't lose his position. He stayed on the rail. He had a plan. He had a second plan here, and he has ridden very, very well at times lately. So I like to see that from Eric because I feel frustrated with Eric. I see him ride very well, and then it gets frustrated when he doesn't. And I thought this was a terrific ride by him and a great job. And let's give a little love to Mike Gorham. I had mentioned he was 1 for 34. Well, now he's 2 for 35. And if you bet this one, you don't care about the ones that came before.
Difficult to have to make those split-second decisions as a rider and call an audible. And Eric Cancel does it to perfection here. $19.20 for the victory. Race 6 is next. It is 7 furlongs. It's a 50,000 starter allowance. Our favorite right now is 4-1. Tells you how difficult this race is to try and separate.
I agree, because it's hard also looking at this race. Who do you want to say to yourself, this one's the horse to beat, right? I mean, this is an amazing board, huh?
It's what we dream about.
1, 2,
as a
3,
handicapper,
4,
you want it.
5 horses, 4-1 to 5-1, and a 6 and a 7 and 9-1. Amazing. It'll change, but that's incredible.
24 minutes away from this 6 coming up at Aqueduct. So again, 7/8 of a mile on that one. We talked about coverage we're going to have for the Arkansas Derby. Meanwhile, South Florida, they have a big Derby prep as well. And the 2-year-old champ going to make his final prep before that first Saturday in May. Forte back. He's the 4-5 favorite, and he will try and get a mile and an 1/8 for the first time in his career.
Yeah. Right? Baby steps, stepping stones, getting there. And I don't think I've seen anything from Forte to suggest that it's supposed to be a problem, but you never really know. I mean, distance could help somebody get a little better, and maybe he doesn't want to go that far. I haven't seen anything to suggest he won't. He got a perfect trip in this race. I thought the field was okay. He ran well in here. There's nothing to knock about this horse, right? He's not that exciting. He doesn't run these gigantic numbers, but he's still running numbers faster than just about everybody else. He puts himself in positions to get good trips. And if you look at Todd Pletcher's 3-year-olds heading the Derby right now, he has a forward horse. He has this guy who sits sort of a little bit off the pace and a deep closer. So he's got horses that fit every type of running style heading towards the Derby.
I don't know. He's a little bit excited because he is athletic. He can get position for himself, and he's not reliant on other things to happen in a race from that perspective.
I'm not trying to. I'm a big fan, as you well know. I've liked this horse for a long, long time. What I'm saying is, he's not gathering the kind of talk that American Pharaoh got and that kind of stuff. He doesn't have, for whatever reason, that kind of following, and it's sort of odd. I just felt like I had tweeted about before his Fountain of Youth. I was reading about this horse being the Arabian Night, and I'm like, I don't understand how Forte is not considered the favorite for the Derby. You don't have to like him. He doesn't have to be your Derby horse, but he's just beaten everybody. Cave Rock was the second coming. He just dismissed him when he ran against him in the Breeders' Cup. So I don't think what there is to not like about this horse, whether you think he's going to win the Derby or not.
He may not have that sexy factor that some of those Bob Baffert horses have coming up in Arabian Night was
speed,
one of those.
The fast early speed.
But Jonathan Kinchin, he has shown us to this point he is pretty darn good.
No, look, I agree with Andy. He's not running those triple-digit buyers that get you talking about the greatest horse that's ever run situation, which, when American Pharaoh was running, people started thinking Triple Crown. I think Forte probably has a little bit more to prove in terms of Triple Crown conversation, but Derby conversation, I think he's very solid where he is. Florida Derby conversation, I think you would be kind of silly to try to mount a case against him. Look, the only argument that anyone could have in the Fountain of Youth was that he was going to be a little bit short. This wasn't the target. Maybe he's going to need one. The goal's the Derby, not this race. And he ran right through that poor opinion. And he did it pretty easily. And he didn't do it with an easy trip either. He overcame a lot. His style is that he's not really going to depend on anyone else. The only other argument that someone could come up with for this race is that he's in the 11 hole, which to me is silly. That's not his style. His style is not one in which he's going to get hooked 3 or 4 wide all the way around there. And to be fair, even if he does, the edge he has on these other horses, it's not going to be a problem. Look, Big Brown ran one from out there because he was better than the other horses that he faced. I don't care about the post at all. I just care about this horse not getting stopped. If he doesn't get stopped, he won't lose.
This field, thanks, JK, as we take a look at the upcoming Derby prep schedule. This field he's facing Saturday might be easier than the field he faced last start. I will say this, though, that first turn comes up awfully quick, and he may get left very wide early.
I think if I were Todd Pletcher or Mike Rapoli or Vinny Viola, the one frustration I would have is that Gulfstream encourages horses to enter that sometimes don't have the merits for this race, and they want to get a big field for the race. And I get their perspective. We all want big fields, better for handle, better for those things. But if I'm Todd Pletcher, I'm thinking I've got the marquee horse, and they filled this race up with a lot of horses, and they're not whiners. One thing about Todd, he's never complains. I never hear Todd complain. It's almost never, which is unusual, right? The opposite of me. And I could see a little frustration thinking because the big field, it increases the opportunity, the likelihood that something goofy happens in there. But maybe Jonathan's right. He's better off being outside where he can stay out of trouble.
He was a little upset with that DQ in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Well, everybody gets upset in horse racing, but I mean, I think
came back to win the
Mike
Classic,
will come back. But one thing about Todd, he's
right.
very even-keeled. He understands racing, and he accepts all the things that come along with it very, very well.
Most think, it is going to be a romp onto Kentucky for Forte on Saturday. We will see. He's a huge standout in that field. Meanwhile, Arkansas Derby, Steve Asmussen, Red Route 1. He's making a change with this son of Gunrunner. Going to try and get him a little more involved early, perhaps. Blinkers going on for Red Route 1 as he seeks just the second win in his 8-race career. We'll be back.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes, won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Creator is flying. Creator now strikes to the lead. Down the outside, sudden breaking news is coming late. Creator of sudden breaking news. Creator's almost there. It's Ricardo Santana Jr. It's Creator to win the Arkansas Derby.
Creator 2016 and a big moment for Asmussen with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yep. And it's hard not to draw some comparisons between this horse and Steve's horse in the Arkansas Derby. They're both deep closers. Of course, Creator went on to win the Belmont Stakes by a nose over Destin. We'll see. I'm a little skeptical of deep closers, though.
We'll see what the equipment change does for him. Take a look at what Steve Asmussen has done in the Derby. By the way, Creator would go on to win the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, Belmont. He beat me a nose on my birthday. How could I forget? 11-1. I got DQ the next race, by the way. It was quite an hour.
Arad Ortiz Jr. his first Triple Crown win, I believe.
That's right. If Joel Rosario had not left the rail with Governor Malibu, he would not have been able to make the move that got through and won. That was the decisive move there.
See if he can get another one. Steve Asmussen on Saturday. Look at the field that is going to line up. Red Route 1, 3-1 morning line, who launches from extremely far back. But sounds like Steve Asmussen believes he has a ton of talent. We'll see if it can make a difference at all and get him at least just in the bit more involved.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, you wonder sometimes with deep closers if they're going to have the same finish if they're a little bit more, if they're a little closer to the pace. And I mean, people should realize, you see that arrow pointing out? He's just sticking his nose in the picture. Got an exceptional ride. He saved ground every step of the way until he had to angle out in the stretch, so he lost no ground. And he was able to make the clear run on the outside, and when that horse drifted in front of him, the horse who got interfered with was Reincarnate, who got stopped. You see Reincarnate right inside of him. He gets stopped right now and has to re-rally. I think Red Rock 1 is obviously a talented horse, but he also was in a race here that featured a fast pace that collapsed. Now, maybe that happens again on Saturday, certainly possible. But in general, I don't want to take short price on horses that potentially are pace dependent.
Post 10 for the son of Gunrunner. Here's his trainer on what he expects with this equipment change.
I think that there's, a lot of factors into it as far as the pace of both races. It was beneficial for him to, settle and make a run. Obviously, Arabian Night in the Southwest ran the competition off their feet, and he was able to pick up the pieces. And then coming back in the Rebel, another solid performance from him, but we have added blinkers on him since. Thought that when they lined out down the backside in the Rebel, he let them get a little too much distance for him to have success. I think that now we're wanting him to have a little more success instead of just being satisfied with him picking up the pieces. We may get something different and it be a fast track and see what he can do under those circumstances, because both the Southwest and the Rebel were basically run on water. Tyler rode him in the Kentucky Jockey Club, and he had quite a bit of traffic in that race. The Gunrunners and Tyler have had good success last year. He is somebody who, I think the level of success that he has had in recent years at Churchill, it makes it very obvious why he's the choice for Red Route 1 in his last prep before the Derby.
Tyler riding with a lot of confidence right now. He got that monkey off his back with the Breeders' Cup, finally got a win. Then he had that big win in Dubai as well on Ice Late, former Tom Amoss horse.
Yeah. Won the Godolphin Mile.
Yeah.
He has plenty of reasons to be confident. He's a very, very good rider who's had a terrific career, and he's going to have some big wins in the future. We'll see how it works out. And getting a chance on that horse, that's a big opportunity. It's impossible to say he's not really a contender, because he is. And the other thing is the pace could be really quick in there. I like Harlow Cap, but he's going to be a speed, and I'm not overly confident he's going to get away with a particularly slow pace by any stretch of the imagination.
That is Steve Asmussen, one of the former Bob Baffert runners. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard there. Race 12, tomorrow's card, Grade 1 Arkansas Derby on the road to that first Saturday in May. We'll have live coverage. 6th next at Aqueduct. 7 furlongs, and Wishing on a Star you're looking at for Horatio De Paz, coming off a 5-length win last out.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for spending part of your Friday afternoon with us. Getting set for race 6 here in New York, 7 furlongs, 50,000 starter allowance, and any race that has a 7-2 favorite, and there is the favorite, the 4 in here at Bella Principessa, tells you this race is wide open. Let's go downstairs to Mig for more.
Yeah, guys, it is wide open. I thought Bella Principessa, the 4, really stood out from a physical perspective. I think she took a big step forward. That one run off the layoff, she hadn't been seen since August. And, you know, I think she should be primed for a good one. And this time of year, I said it yesterday, horses that have raced steadily throughout the winter feels like they start getting a little bit worn out. And I start looking for a bit more of a fresher face or a fresher horse in actuality. But she looks good. Her coat's great. Got dapples. It makes a lot of sense to me here. The 5, Cadencia, horse that has really no dirt pedigree whatsoever, really turf meant. I'm getting mixed signals. She's got, from a physical perspective, that wide, flatter foot that you equate with a turf horse. She's run well on synthetic. William Murray, her trainer, has horses at Turfway Park, which is synthetic, but they choose to start her up here. And I really feel like it's probably more to get a race into her before turf season gets into full swing, which, by the way, next Friday are the first turf races carded here on the New York circuit for 2023. So we're just about to kick off turf season, day before the Wood Memorial. Hopefully the weather cooperates. And then the outside runner, Vacatini, we saw Michael Gorham win the last race. This filly's also fresh, hasn't been seen since January, so she, you know, she's definitely a horse that's been lightly raced through the winter, and she just looks really fit, and she looks to me like 7 furlongs should really hit her right between the eyes, and also the fact that she gets an outside post, which I think is an advantage, just kind of get into the race the right way, but it is definitely a wide open event.
That it is, Mig. Thank you. Vacatini, here's another player who is coming off a 3-length win. It was at Laurel, January 20th.
Yeah, my problem with Vacatini is, and listen, maybe Mike Gorham will win 2 races in a row. He won the last race, but she's got to improve to win here based on her figures on dirt. And I don't want to bank on a horse shipping up from Laurel to improve to win this race. I prefer the horse who's currently favored, Bella Principessa. I think that Cupid's Girl is dangerous. I think Captivating Cara has a chance in here. She could be the speed if Game Theory doesn't get an aggressive ride from Raylu. But I prefer horses like the 4, 7, and maybe the 3.
Let's take a look at Bella Principessa. Bob Glaceris, Trevor McCarthy will ride. 3-time winner, and this was the comeback race. Had been off since Saratoga. Got a wet track March 11th.
And I thought she ran a race that's good enough to maybe win this race today. The reality was that Tried Again ran very well. She's the horse in front. She came back and finished second, narrowly beaten. Did run 3 Beyer points lower, but I think it was good enough to suggest this race was no fluke. And Big Bean Pristine at times has run some pretty good races, and she ran one for Ray Handel here. I thought she got a good ride, Bella Principessa. She didn't have any particular trouble in the race. She probably needed the race off a layoff, and she ran against horses that might be a little bit better. The other thing is, you look through the field. Cadencia, she wins, I lose. She's strictly a turf pedigree. I think that probably
never been on dirt.
He's probably getting a race into her to see if she handles. No, to see get her ready for the turf. Excuse me.
Here's Wishing on a Star, Horatio de Paz, 5-length winner last time out.
She did win quite easily. It was a very slow field. She beat Affalata, who's in a maiden race here on Sunday. She's 0 for a lot.
That was a 20 maiden claiming race.
Right.
The 2 True Empress for Carlos Martin.
Her recent form leaves a lot to be desired. Not surprising. Biggest shot, longest shot on the board.
I thought this one had a major say in things. Captivating Cara.
She did, but she also won off the claim for Rob Atras last time out in the midst of his strong run. I think she'll have to run better than that, but maybe she will.
Yeah, going from Atras to Greg DePrima, does it continue? We'll see. Bella Principessa, 5-2 now.
Yeah, listen, I'm not running it better. I picked her on top. I thought she was the likeliest winner. I did not have a strong opinion in this race.
Cadencia, off since June as well, and has never been on dirt.
No, and she has a pedigree that screams turf and screams no for dirt.
Game Theory, yet she's getting bet 9-1 with Raylu Gutierrez.
Well, I think with Cadencia, they see the figure and don't realize the wrong surface. Game Theory could be a thorn in the side of Captivating Cara early.
Yeah, has early speed. Cupid's Girl, Jimmy Ryerson sends out. Jose Lezcano rides.
She's handled wet tracks before. Her last 2 races are concerning, and the fact that she's 1 for 15 with 5 seconds also a concern.
And coming in from Maryland, Vacatini, Mike Gorham looking to go back-to-back.
What is a vodka-tini? I mean, I drink vodka martinis.
Jonathan might know.
Yeah. It's not like an espresso martini. Or, as a friend of ours likes, blueberry martinis.
Well, there's a couple kinds of alcohol you can put it in a martini, right?
I know. Yeah, well, originally it's a gin drink.
So there you go.
If you're James Bond, it's gin. If you're lesser folk like myself, I drink vodka. I'm no James Bond in so many ways.
6-1 on Captivating Cara. Back-to-back wins, looking to make it 3 in a row here coming up, but will try and do it for the first time in her career at 7/8 of a mile.
It's amazing that she wins this race. I mean, you wouldn't take a nickel on her at this point. She can't catch the speed. She's got a closer outside of her. Looks like she's going better. Yet somehow between horses, she guts out the win. Maybe the fact that they ran a 59 Beyer had a lot more to do with her winning the race than some sort of gutsy performance. I think she just kind of was a little less slow than the other ones heading towards the wire. And this was amidst of a very big run by Rob off the claim, Rob Atras. I thought her win 2 back was more the bigger figure, more a function of just getting loose in the lead and running off that day. But if she's not bothered on the front end by the number 6 here, Game Theory, she could be the controlling speed, and 6-1 is a very fair price on her. I prefer others, but I can't argue with somebody that thinks 6-1 is a valid price to bet on her.
Meanwhile, maybe the bigger surprise is the 4 all the way down to 5-2 right now, because it is such a wide open race.
I agree, and I picked her, and I'm not thrilled with her at 5-2. I think the bigger joke is 9-2 or 5-1 at Cadenzia, because to me, she's any price to win this race. I can't. I'll be shocked if she wins.
3 minutes to post in the 6. JK, what do you have for us?
Yeah, I mean, I like the 6 and the 3 here. I'll officially pick the 6, but I'll talk about both of them. The 6 Game Theory. Look, and a lot of these races, what do you want to call them? You want to call them lower level types? Just like these horses that are running 50, 60 Beyers, right? This is a race where if you look at a lot of these, you could make a case for basically any of them because they've all at one point of their lives ran a race that was good enough to win this one. But in those situations, just give me the horse that I think is kind of doing the best at the moment. And one of the ways I do that is looking at a final speed figure, the higher the better, like a quarterback rating in football, and then a high pace figure or a higher pace figure. And whoever kind of has that best ratio between the two of those numbers, the early energy used for the pace figure and the final number, that's kind of who I defer to. And in this situation, to me, it's kind of Game Theory. Game Theory's been running of this kind of 60s type Beyer numbers has been running the best early number. So if they're spending that much energy early, more energy than others, and then still finishing their race well, that's enough for me. So I ended up landing on the 8 Game Theory, and not a lot of reason outside of the fact that it just felt like the best of a group that seems very similar. The 3 Captivating Cara, another one that I thought was interesting. I'm not cutting in line to bet horses that are getting taken from Rob Atras, especially during that time period when Rob was winning every single race that he was entering horses in, and especially when that moves to a trainer who's 0 for 24 for the meet. But to 1, this is an interesting horse to use possibly underneath. Has some tactical speed, has been running well, was outside speed last time, losing some ground. I just think that Captivating Cara makes a little bit of sense, but like I said, ultimately I'm going to go with the 6 Game Theory.
There's some really good points he brought up. Atras, look, he was on fire on this circuit. He won 9 races of 11 he was entered in. I believe 6 straight at one point. And during that streak, you're taking one of those horses when he was that amazing streak off of him and hoping that the horse can continue.
And I don't even see this horse winning off of the last race. So I think Greg would have to improve her. I wish him the best of luck in doing that. But if the 6 isn't aggressive and she gets to the front, she can win.
Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to go with the 4 Bella Principessa, who's now just gone down to 2-1. I love the way she warmed up. I love her second off the layoff. She actually was very headstrong, kind of threw her head up a little bit. And it was funny watching Trevor McCarthy, and he basically said to her, he said, "Oh, come on, be nice." And she actually listened to him and came back nicely to him into his hands. The 6 Game Theory really elevated on the racetrack. When I watch horses warm up, I'm looking for the extension of their stride, how their front legs are kind of moving, and how they get up underneath themselves from their hind end. Horses push off, they don't pull themselves. She really framed up beautifully under Reylu Gutierrez, and the way she warmed up, I got to think they're going to be aggressive.
All right, here we go, Mick. Thank you. 6 steps in. Game theory. Raylu Gutierrez aboard there wants to be aggressive as well. Wide open. 6th here from Aqueduct. Chris Griffin, the call.
Captivating Kara. Backs away. Moves forward. Captivating Kara. Now settled. There's Bella Principessa. Vodkatini to the outside. Vodkatini steps forward. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good break from Captivating Kara in the early mix, and in between horses, there's Cadencia. Cadencia now emerges and is put ahead in front. To the outside is Game Theory, who's trying to keep up tightly at the rail, is Wishing on a Star, is going to have to tap on the brakes, and right next to that rival's Captivating Kara. It's a clear run here up on the far outside for Vodkatini, who's now going to challenge this pace setter Cadencia, who tried to slow things down. Now Cadencia and Vodkatini, they're head and head as they work up the backstretch. Game Theory is right off of them, is in third. Progressing is Cupid's Girl, and the red cap is in fourth. At the rail, there comes Captivating Kara. To her outside, here comes Bella Principessa towards the back end of the field, Wishing on a Star, who got shuffled back as towards the tail end of the field with True Empress. 22-4 for the opening quarter mile, and they work into the far turn. On the front end, it's Vodkatini, but Cadencia is under a tight hold, and here comes Cadencia ready to challenge. Manny Franco is now with the head of that leader. Also emerging, here comes Cupid's Girl, and Cupid's Girl is launching a big rally, is coming after these leaders now, is in third within 2 of the lead. Cadencia approaches a quarter mile left to go, is going to have to deal with Cupid's Girl, who's up on the outside. Cadencia now gets the cue, is going to hug the rail. Cupid's Girl and Jose Lescano, they're ready to pounce out in the center of the racetrack, and Cupid's Girl is sprinted on by. It's Cupid's Girl who's quickly up by 3 lengths now. Back to second is Cadencia. Re-railing there is Vodkatini. Also up on the far outside is Bella Principessa, but made that big move in the turn. Cupid's Girl, much the best. Cupid's Girl gets the victory. Then came Vodkatini, Bella Principessa, and True Empress up late for fourth in 1 minute 25.41 seconds.
No question about a victory here. Cupid's Girl 2 for 16 now. Jose Lescano for Jimmy Ryerson.
She bounced back from her bad race last time out, and she's no longer 1 for 15, as you say. She was much the best in this field. Bella Principessa had a very good trip and a good ride. She just didn't really show up today, and when that happened, it sort of dropped the race into this horse's lap. They also were moving up front here. And tell you what, Cadencia may have used this race a bit of a prep for a turf race, but she actually ran pretty well, and she got a lot out of this race. It'll help her when she comes back, and all likely in the grass next time out. And even Vodkatini ran pretty well in here, all things considered, considering the pace, but good trip or not, Cupid's Girl was best.
Sole win came June last year at Belmont against Maiden Claiming. Been a little while. Finally getting the picture taken again here. Goes off at 3-1. 7-8, 4-2 finish here in the 6th at Aqueduct. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. We'll set the stage for the 7th. That's where we'll see 19 Oysters, who we talked about in the Open. We'll have the story as well of the winningest female North American trainer of all time, Kathleen O'Connell, who is far from done, as she explains. So Keisha Clement, stay with us.
Lightline is in full flight.
Lightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Emma Zombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Tomorrow, the road to the Kentucky Derby heats up in Hot Springs, Arkansas. America's Day at the Races brings you expanded on-site coverage from Oaklawn Park, featuring the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby and Grade 3 Fantasy. Don't miss all the action from 1:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern on FS2. Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Cupid's Girl runs away with this. 0 for 9 at Aqueduct coming in. Wins here at 3-1.
It's a done for Jimmy Ryerson. Nice to see him and Jose Lezcano team up for the win. Perfect trip for Jose, but she really ran. Bella Principessa had a similar good trip, and she just ran away from Bella Principessa around the 3/8 pole. Much the best winner in this race, but do see some interesting performances behind her, particularly Cadencia, who got the exact kind of prep you want to get to switch the turf for her next start. I'm not saying she ran well, all things considered, in here, but this race will set her up well to get on the surface. She liked
that was her first start, too, since early June last year.
I always feel like a horse that if a race ends up being sort of a prep off a layoff, to show a lot of speed, it gives them gives them some bottom out of the race. I think she'll benefit from that.
$8.90 for the win. Pick 3. If you're playing this multi-race, pick 5. $171.50 bodes well for those remaining with a couple of legs still to go. A mainstay on the South Florida circuit since the late 80s, Kathleen O'Connell is among the most respected trainers in the game. Her first ever win came back in 1981 at Detroit Racecourse, and the wins have just kept on coming. Earlier this month, she, of course, made history, becoming the winningest North American female trainer of all time. But as she sits down and explains with Acacia Clement, she has a lot more she wants to achieve in this game.
My Eagle soars. A little bit of history there as Kathleen O'Connell becomes the all-time winningest female trainer in North America. My Eagle soars, wins it.
To become the all-time winningest female trainer, I know you said it's not something that you set out to do. It wasn't necessarily a goal, but what kind of message do you hope that sends to young women who hope to be successful in this industry?
Any industry, I think, it just proves that if you've got a dream and you follow it, it can happen. I mean, I come from absolutely nobody that has anything to do with the horse business. My father was a Detroit policeman for 25 years. My mother was a stay-at-home mother because back then that's what everybody did. So I just think if you truly invest in your goal, that it can be achieved. And I don't think anybody can be stopped by anything.
I remember you telling me once that your first license in racing actually said Pony Boy because there was no female equivalent on the racetrack.
No, there was no box to check for exercise girl or pony girl. So you were a pony boy. You know, it's come a long way really in a short amount of time. I'm proud of all the people in the workforce and the women that have devoted.
I know that as a trainer, you are respected as a horse person and somebody that is really good at their job. How does it go for you with kind of the highlight of being a female trainer? Because yes, we still have a ways to go in the sport and we want to celebrate that. But at the end of the day, you're doing the same exact job on the backside as all the men are out here.
Exactly, and I don't think the horses notice if I'm a man or a woman, so it really hasn't made much of a difference. The horse tells you, the horse exhibits that little extra something that they need. And it's just like, I'm sure you've been someplace where there's dancers on the floor. They're all doing the dance. They're all doing it right. But there's some of them that just move elegant and effortlessly. And it's kind of the same way with the horses.
What are some of the goals that you still hope to accomplish?
Oh, everybody's bucket list is still the big races, the Breeders' Cup, the Kentucky Derby. You hope you get that one horse that's going to stay healthy and have the talent and get the racing luck and get you there. But, we all know it's a 1 in a million shot. But if you don't at least try for it, it's not going to happen.
Kathleen O'Connell, forget female trainer, one of the very best trainers in this sport. Look at what she has accomplished in her career, still going strong.
And Ivana Vinilot's a pretty good dam. I think she had a horse named Songbird. Does that sound right? When I first went to Florida in the mid-'90s and was playing full-time, she was one of my favorite trainers. She was exceptionally good with first-time starters, some maiden claiming races. A very, very talented trainer. Congratulations to her.
Lady Shipman, one of the best she's ever had.
Terrific. She had her before Kieran took her over, but she's terrific.
Horses back up on the track in Hot Springs. Great news. So the weather no longer an issue. They're sloppy out at Oaklawn Park, but post-break just happened. We're 5 minutes away from the 4th race coming up, mile 316, Preakness distance here in this 12,000 starter allowance. In Hell or High Water for Bentley Combs is the current favorite. That 2-race win streak came to an end last start, but still ran a credible second.
Pace got a little easier with a scratch of Coach Adams. Perhaps we'll only have to deal with great faces up front.
Get a quick look here at the field, beginning with Hell or High Water, 10-strike racing.
Even in defeat last time, ran very, very well, though the pace did hold up pretty well in the last race.
And the 4, though, could
get his way.
Put some heat on, right?
The 2 coming out, though, was really helped.
Back-to-back dominant wins, one of them in the mud, by the way. Those both came at Oaklawn. Here's the 3, Celerity, Steve Asmussen with his son Keith.
Just doesn't seem fast enough.
Great faces. This is the one who's going to try and hound the 1 on the front end.
Right. He feels like a horse that could have an effect on the race, but not necessarily be effective in the finish.
Another 10-strike horse, Tiger Moon, the 5.
I'll tell you what, off that figure last time out, this horse is a player.
In a race that had Barber Road running second. The 7, Jingle for Mike Lauer.
Jingle looks to be just too slow to be competitive, thus the longest shot on the board.
7-2, What a Country, Matt Shire with Francisco Arrieta.
I mean, the problem is the best race is probably not good enough to win. It was a perfect trip behind Fort Peck, but obviously in this field, not impossible.
And City Legend 5-1 outside. Robertino Diodoro claimed right back into the winner's circle.
It's the one you made me bet last time at 9-1. You missed the boat last time, a softer spot at almost 10-1.
Minute to post coming up. 4th at Oaklawn. Let's head back to Lafitte Pincay and Paul LaDuca.
What tornado? We made it. And I got to spend a rain delay with a 4-time Major League All-Star.
Yeah, I was about to bring out the tarp and do my little Robin Ventura and Mike Piazza impression and go around the bases and see if anybody at Oaklawn would want to see me sliding into second base. But, yeah, we got to the infield and the rain started to come down again, but we are clear for takeoff, I think, now, Lafitte.
Remainder of the program, we still have the Matron coming up, the first running for filly and mare sprinters featuring Monterey, last seen running 3rd in the test, a Grade 1 winner. First things first, race number 4. As Greg mentioned, this Preakness distance, Paul, mile and 3/16 starter allowance, older horses, and you wound up with a horse towards the outside who's currently 4-1 in What a Country. Why? Why do we like him today?
Well, I like this horse a tiny bit. You know, the last time he just kind of walked out of the gate, and if you look at his other 2 efforts, or a lot of efforts, he's actually been a decent gate horse. Bejarano's off, Francisco Arrieta aboard, and I'm thinking maybe Matt's just trying to shake up this horse and see if he can get a little bit of better trip in here. I mean, there's no mistaking that the 1 at even money, Hell or High Water, is your horse to beat.
Currently even money, as you mentioned, the 7-year-old by former Horse of the Year, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Ghost Sapper, Hell or High Water, and I like the fight, Paul, that he displayed in his most recent February 20th right here. There he is on the inside. And again, he's defeated on this afternoon. but never throws in the towel.
No, never throws in the towel. And you look after the claim, Bentley Combs has done an unbelievable job of this gelding by Ghost Zapper. Sort of found a new lease on life at age 7. He likes this racetrack, and sometimes when horses do like this racetrack, they'll perform well. And he's improved in every one of his starts. And if he improves again, that would probably frank his 6-5 right now on the board.
So again, you like What a Country. That's when you did your handicapping last night. Things have changed drastically.
Yeah.
There hasn't been a race in, I don't know, hour and 15, hour and a half. Now we have a sloppy track. How many adjustments, what kind of adjustments are you making? Is it go back to the drawing board or just sticking with what you initially came up with?
It's a tough call. You know, a lot of handicappers go in, try to handicap a fast track, but we kind of knew it was going to rain today, so I was looking more towards sloppy. But then again here, this racetrack dries out very, very quickly. So if a lot of people are thinking Arkansas Derby Day tomorrow that it's going to be sloppy, if there's no rain, the first set tomorrow, it will be dead dry. It's amazing how much this racetrack dries out.
It's a lot like Churchill that way.
Yeah, so, you know, the 5 Tiger Moon. Now, Lindsay Schultz won earlier in the day. She is on fire, ex-assistant of Brad Cox, and she's having a tremendous meet. And Tiger Moon is moving in the right direction. I mean, I hate to give you the 3 favorites in here. I do think the 8 has the best value at 4-1. You know, the 9 did, you know, outfinish What a Country, but I think What a Country ran a little bit better than the 9 did. So the 5 Tiger Moon just in a hot barn. I don't know what really happened last time. He sort of just ran around there. But Lindsay's horses have been running very, very well. Your worry, Lafitte, is the one sloppy effort. You know, the horse did not run an absolute step, but that was in a different barn.
City Legend on the far outside has run well on wet tracks, 2 for 2 on wet surfaces.
Yeah.
And you like to see how popular he's been at the claim box of recent, and razor sharp, having rattled off 2 straight.
He has. You know, he was 1, you know, for 15, and then you're right. He rattles off 2 straight. Ramsey Zimmerman gave him a great ride. He kind of kept What a Country sort of pinned in when What a Country was making his run. And Jerry Karoom, the leading owner here, just trying to stack up some more wins. You're getting 5-1 if you like the 9 City Legend. I just think the 8 What a Country, coming out of that same race, might have ran a little bit better at 4-1, but again, the 1's going to take some beating.
6-5 on number 1, Hell or High Water. 10 Strike Racing. Love that shot. Love that angle. Jockeys, game faces on this eve of the Arkansas Derby. Finally, we're going to see a race. It's post time for the 4th from Oaklawn Park. Jim Byers standing by.
Still overcast, but the rain has ceased. Great faces and What a Country. And the last to load is City Legend. They're in the gate. They're off. From the outside, City Legend leaned in a bit at the start, heading toward the lead here. Together, along with Great Faces, who sticks ahead in front. Hell or High Water is forwardly placed. Celerity is 4th. Tiger Moon on the inside 5th. What a Country is 6th, and Jingle trails the field with just under a lap to go. Christian Torres and Great Faces with the lead, 1.5 lengths. To City Legend, Hell or High Water is tucking in a bit toward the inside, and he is pocketed in behind the leader, a joint 2nd. And then comes Tiger Moon. He's racing in 4th, followed by Jingle and Celerity splits rivals, and What a Country is 4 wide onto the backstretch. As they begin their journey up the backstretch, it's Great Faces with the lead here by 1.5 lengths. And Hell or High Water has positioned himself just off the rail, and it appears to be in the clear in 2nd. And up to the outside, City Legend. Back to the rail, Tiger Moon. And he's prominently spotted here. He's a joint 3rd now with City Legend with a half mile to go. And then comes Jingle in 5th, and the back to Celerity. And What a Country is outside of him, just past the 3 furlong marker. And up on the outside, Hell or High Water begins to make his move here at the pacemaker, Great Faces. And City Legend being called on for his best. He's racing into 3rd. Tiger Moon to the inside 4th. At the quarter pole, we have a new leader. Hell or High Water has gone to the lead here. Hell or High Water's trying to open up his 10 strike partner Uncoupled Tiger Moon on the inside, and the White Blinkers is next in second. Great Faces is dropping back. City Legend outside of him. Now it's down to the 2:10 strike horses. Hell or High Water leads it 2.5 in deep stretch. Tiger Moon is second. Hell or High Water is a convincing winner over Tiger Moon, and then 8 lengths back to City Legend and Great Faces.
10 strike, 1-2. Hell or High Water does not disappoint. Favorite, even money in the 4th at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, and it was just a good ride by Martin Garcia. He did not try to force the pace when Great Faces went to the front end. He sort of just laid back and acted like, okay, I'm going to be just laying here, sitting and waiting. And Tyler Bays had a lot of horse with Tiger Moon, and when he was able to get him out, he was able to make up a little ground, but there was no going by Hell or High Water today at even money.
The 7-year-old, 5th lifetime win, Hell or High Water. We'll have the results in a moment, Greg, and hopefully not like an hour and a half until the next live race here at Oaklawn Park.
No, we're on a roll. Back in business in Hot Springs. Let's keep it going. Good to see back to live action there. And we'll have those prices coming up for you in just a little bit. 10 strike, 1-2. As we're back to action in Hot Springs with Hell or High Water, Tiger Moon completing that exacta. We're going to have more from New York when we return. Fresh indeed off another riding title. Manny Franco continuing to make noise in New York. Look if he can start off this spring meet as strong as he finished the winter meet when we come back.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Straight Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5. Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Charlatan now a quarter mile from Arkansas.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Getting set for the 7th feature race. Coming up from New York, 1-turn mile, New York Preds, and an allowance optional claiming field, and 19 Oysters ready for the encore after that big debut. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, 19 Oysters was very professional, very impressive on debut, rallied from off the pace, got a big figure. First thing I look for with a young horse making their second start is how did they react to the race? Is it a race that, you know, shook them up mentally? Not with this guy. This is as laid back a colt. I mean, he just walks around very smart, placid-eyed, cleared-eyed, looks at everything with a very intelligent look. I don't think he'll have any trouble from a mental perspective getting the mile because he just looks like a horse that's Again, very, very smart and very, very laid back. And he does have the length from a physical perspective that you think the miles should not be an issue. He ran fast. Everybody else is going to have to run better, or he's going to have to regress a lot. But all positive signs in the paddock, how he handled his first effort. The 3 Kernus is very interesting to me. This is a horse that's never run against New York breds. He's a New York bred son of Lauban. First time getting with New York breds, and it just seems like he figured the game out. He took a lot of money in his first start and obviously disappointed in his first 3 starts, and then put together 2 back-to-back nice efforts. I think he took he's a horse that getting with the New York breds could take another step forward. And Dr. Kraft, I thought had some excuses last time, kind of ducked in at the break, but did get a pace to run at and rallied well. But boy, he looks sharp, and this is a horse that carries his weight coming off a good effort. And I think sometimes when you see a horse carrying that kind of weight off a big effort, says that they're doing well at that time.
All right, Mig, thank you. Riders up. Post parade coming up for our feature on this Friday card from New York. And we'll begin with second biggest price on the board. Hot Rod Lincoln actually considering is taking a little bit of money at 19-1.
I used to know all of the words to the song Hot Rod Lincoln.
This horse wins. You might have to sing it for us.
Commander Cody and the Lost Planet Airmen. Yeah. Mitch Levitas, our director, was actually a member of that band. There's a groupie, actually, for them.
Here's the even money favorite, 19 Oysters.
He ran very impressively and got a big figure last time. A duplicate of that performance, and he's going to be almost impossible to beat.
Kernus for Jamie Ness.
I thought this horse comes out of a race that's much better than the 70 buyer might suggest, and I thought it was interesting shipping in for Ness, my top choice.
Yes, scary at 6-1. Mighty Atlas went by New Gelding with Lasix, 6 big price, as I said. Here's Dr. Kraft.
Dr. Kraft, I thought, benefited being in the rail last time, but not from the bad break. But his last race makes him a contender.
Todd Pletcher, Manny Franco, victory money.
He was on a good rail last time, but I think he's better than that 56 buyer suggests. But how much better, I don't know. This is a very tricky race.
It was a good debut. He was coming out of, too, against Mariachi, General Banker. American Grant, that is the biggest price on the board at 35-1.
Yeah, he would have to improve. He and Hot Rod Lincoln are in tough.
Chris Englehart Barn. He's got Jackie Davis to ride. Dr. Kraft. Tell us more, JK.
Landing, I just, I don't, at a short price, I'm going to dare 19 Oysters to do it again. Look, the figure came back okay. No one's run back out of that race, so you don't necessarily know if you can trust it. With Dr. Kraft getting Lasix for the first, or getting back on Lasix, had some trouble last time. Now, it's a little bit tricky in races where the pace was kind of fast when horses close but get trouble. It's hard to evaluate. Like yes, being back there and getting that trouble was a problem, but they also got a pretty nice pace to close into. So oftentimes I try to cancel that out, and I try not to get too carried away. If you look at the race 2 back, and even 4 back, those performances both with just a little bit of an improvement, I think are right there with 19 Oysters, and 19 Oysters being 3-5, and Dr. Kraft being 7-2. I feel significantly more comfortable there. And what the heck? I mean, Victory Money and Todd Pletcher and Rapoli Stable could take another step forward too. So if the 2 wins, I lose, I'm going to go with the 5, Dr. Kraft.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. There's the big favorite, though. 3-5, 19 Oysters. To some degree, facing winners for the first time. It's just start number 2. Now trying a new distance. You want to make this horse prove it to you a little bit.
Well, I also think it's important to discuss the elephant in the room, kind of. You're dealing with a 7-pound bug rider that's had limited success for a trainer who overall doesn't have particularly strong numbers. What I found fascinating, though, was that Chad Summers stretching horses out in the dirt. This horse stretches out off a maiden win. He's 7 for 27 with a 360 ROI. So stretching out in the dirt is something he actually does very, very well. Now, off of a win in the dirt, he's 4 for 38. Off a maiden win in the dirt, he's 2 for 20. So these horses have often not come back and run well. And I think one of the things that's giving people some cause for pause are the intangibles of the trainer and the jockey. And I'm not trying to be too harsh, but I think it's fair that we bring those points up. We're not talking, you've got Todd Pletcher in this race. The Englehart horse has been running very well. But based on the merits simply of what this horse did in the racetrack last time, I don't think anybody thinks this horse is going to lose this race based on what he did last time. But I think it's fair to think, do I want to take this shorter price on the connections?
Like the way he looked warming up, too. 3 to 5. Can he stretch out to this mile distance? He went 6.5 furlongs in the debut, and that was as easy as could be, coasting to victory. But now it gets tougher. Now it's a new distance.
But, I mean, on the surface of things, if you put 19 Oysters in Todd Pletcher's barn, people will be talking about this horse as a potential stake horse going forward. But there's reasons to say it's not Todd Pletcher's barn.
It's a totally different scenario.
Right. You know, I'm not, and listen, I'm just trying to be fair. I think that's the cause for pause, but the public has no problems. 19 Oysters horse to beat. I bet Kernus. I think he's a little bit interesting as an alternative, but I'm not stupid. 19 Oysters is the horse to beat. I'm fascinated, and I wonder what Richie thinks.
Mig.
Yeah, guys, listen, I'm impressed with 19 Oysters. I liked him first time. He acted right. He did things right. And he's doing everything right today. Now, you know, he's got to go 3/16 of a mile further, and he's facing winners for the first time, and he's a short price. So I'm going to pick somebody else, but I don't have any false. I think this is a good colt. And I do think he potentially has a really bright future. He couldn't look any better. He's really very, very well turned out. I thought Kernus was very interesting, too, getting back with New York Breds, just to give people a context. About 20,000 foals in North America registered in that foal crop, roughly, and then about 1,100 of them are New York Breds. This is the first time he's ever competing in a race restricted to New York Breds, so you're just narrowing the gene pool. Obviously, a lot of good New York Breds out there. And then the 5, Dr. Kraft. I just thought his last race was really good. I like his finishing style. He looks great. He's carrying great weight. I thought he was the alternative for me, but to me, the race goes through the favorite, and 2, 3, 5 are the 3 that stood out from a physical perspective.
Thanks, Meg. 4 to 5 favorite. There again, 19 Oysters. Of course, trainer Chad Summers, best horse he ever had. We had tremendous success with. Mind Your Biscuits. We saw a horse Dubai World Cup Day win the OE Derby. He was a Mind Your Biscuits. And could that be the horse to break through, winning for Japan, one of their 3 wins on the big day, to come out of that race and break through in the Derby?
Well, if a horse is going to do it winning from Dubai, it'll probably be that horse, because that horse ran a very big figure. I mean, it's hard to tell you, as figure makers, they believe the figures were high, no matter how you look at it. You don't really know what to do with it going forward. I just think you're compromising yourself so much. Japan to Dubai back to America to win a race like the Derby is so hard. But Mind Your Biscuits, I'll tell you what, that horse wins the Derby. But wondering if they made a mistake sending him over there.
Feels like if someone's going to break through internationally in the Derby one day, it's going to be Japan the way they're going. Doesn't it?
It's almost an inevitability. It's just you wonder what route they're going to use to get there. But they're making a big impression on the world stage. It's no surprise. They've spent a lot of money. They're breeding good horses. They're getting good horses. And they're running well.
There's 19 Oysters for the man who trained Mind Your Biscuits, Chad Summers. Matty over. He has the apprentice back aboard. Start number 2, trying to stretch out from 6.5 furlongs to a 1-turn mile as an odds-on favorite in our Friday feature. Let's go upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. 3 out. Dr. Kraft. Dr. Kraft moves forward. Victory Money. Victory Money is in. American Grant to the outside. American Grant is in. All set. And they're off. Very awkward start for Mighty Atlas at the back end of the field. Kerness has got early speed. It's Kerness quickly up by a full length. There's Victory Money to apply pressure to the outside. And at the rail, that's Hot Rod Lincoln. In between horses comes 19 Oysters as they're set to come out of the chute. Also hustled along is going to be American Grant, who's now challenging for that 4th spot. Towards the back end of the field is Dr. Kraft. And after the start, Mighty Atlas is the trailer, but is on the move as Kerness tries to slow things down. 23.43 for that opening quarter mile. Kerness is still up by 3/4 of a length. Now lets it out a notch, is back up by a length and a half. Hot Rod Lincoln is chasing from second. Victory Money is right there as well. American Grant is in pursuit, is from the 4th spot. 19 Oysters has got to go, is losing ground right now as they move towards the far turn. 19 Oysters now 6 off the lead. Mighty Atlas is running on here with Dr. Kraft. Kerness at 7-1 is in command. It's Kerness who's got the lead. Victory Money is ready to challenge up on the outside. Hot Rod Lincoln is dropping back. American Grant as well. From the back trying to run on. Here comes Dr. Kraft. Mighty Atlas, 19 Oysters is starting to pick up some mild ground, but has a lot of ground to make up. 46-2 for that half-mile time in hand. Kerness and Ruben Silvera, they reach the top of the stretch. It's Kerness who's now up by a length and a half once again and now kicks for home. Ruben Silvera with a confident look back, and now he asks the question from Kerness. Victory Money is game, is up on the outside, continues to chase this leader for a final eighth of a mile. Kerness is trying to fend off Victory Money, who's just grinding away up on the outside. It's Kerness still in front. Victory Money up on the outside. Dr. Kraft with a ground-saving trip and Mighty Atlas, but it's going to be Kerness to get the score. Kerness over Dr. Kraft, who did grab second there with Mighty Atlas, and Victory Money in 1 minute, 39 seconds flat.
Kerness make it 3 in a row at 3 different racetracks. Ruben Silvera for Jamie Ness.
Ruben Silvera had a plan here. He's aggressive. He went to the front. Outran Victory Money, who has speed, with Manny Franco, and you watch them going around the turn. Manny was completely in on Victory Money. Silvera was sitting fairly chilly, and this horse for Jamie Ness, who we've seen him have horses come here and run very well. This horse is improving, and he took advantage and ran a nice race here. The favorite never ran a step.
Now, unfortunately, disappointing from 19 Oysters, but Kerness just keeps on rolling. 30 maiden claiming win at Parks, 40 claiming win at Laurel. And now beating New York breds in this field, the most impressive of that run to this point.
I mean, this horse is really, you know, I had said, I looked up his last race, the 5th place finisher to improve 22 buyer points out of the race. And this horse was, I mean, honestly, this horse looked the winner every step of the way. Clearly something went wrong with 19 Oysters. You can't blame the rider, because that horse just had absolutely nothing, and I think beat one horse. You know, this race, 139.05, the first race was won by a maiden filly, 3-year-old off a layoff for Chad Brown. They went over 2.5 seconds faster with the same running style.
So track record not broken here.
No.
7-1, Kerness. I kid. Jamie Ness, Ruben Silvera. Well, the price is for you when we come back. 3, 5, 4, 6. Odds-on favorite defeated in the 7th. We're going to take a timeout. Tyler Gaffalione back to Hot Springs for some big mounts coming up on Saturday, including his ride on Red Route 1 for Steve Asmussen. We'll be back.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back at America's Day of the Races program, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 7th at Aqueduct, our Friday feature. not to be for 19 Oysters. Could not back up that brilliant debut. Instead, it's Kerness. 3 straight victories at Parks, at Laurel, and now at Aqueduct.
Obviously, the light kind of went off for this horse a couple races later. This isn't one of these Jamie Ness claims that improved a great deal. He's had the horse all along. And the last race, if you really look the horses up, they were okay. The aggressive ride helped in here, but this horse really, really ran. Listen, Dr. Kraft ran fine in here, coming up the rail. He seems to be a bit of a rail runner. And Victory Money is a nice horse, and he really just got dead tired at the end from chasing the winner, which is often the hardest thing to do, chasing a run-off wire-to-wire winner.
Look at that pick 3. $424. 1 leg to go in the pick 5. Good luck to everybody if you're alive going into the nightcap. Meanwhile, back at Oaklawn, race 5, 6 furlongs, 10,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price for horses who have not won 2 lifetimes. Just the maiden win to their credit. And it's the 5 big drop in class for Bayshore Foxes, who's the 5-2 top choice. We start with Queenie's Way coming off a maiden claiming win.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously improved to get that done, but I'm not sure the improvement's enough to win here, but not out of it.
Robertino Diodoro with the 2 bad outlook.
I don't want to ever dismiss the horses for Diodoro, but this horse has been running in some lower-level races and didn't really move up off the claim.
It got beat against Softer last start, and that was adding blinkers. Equipment change. It'll be second-time blinkers. Today was 4-5 in that race. Go, go, go at 9-1.
Yeah, the last race was a fast enough race, very similar kind of race to the one ran. At least this horse, unlike the 1, probably won't be under the gun.
Turn back in distance for Lumberjack Empire.
I love a turn back, and I'll look for any excuse to bet them. I just couldn't find one for this way.
Hard to make a case for the 4. Here's the big favorite. Well, not big favorite, but the favorite. Big drop in class.
Yeah, getting back on dirt is going to help this horse. The one concern for me is I think the pace could get a little hot here, and this horse looks like a speed.
Grey Dawn Day at 12-1.
Could be the outside stalker in this race. I didn't think this horse was totally impossible either.
17 starts to finally break through, and Alita broke the maiden last start, 6-year-old mare.
Comes off the claim for a trainer who has not had a lot of success at Oaklawn. 0 for 4 off the claim at Oaklawn this meet.
Here's Essential Bella, Carl Broberg off the claim.
I thought this was a very interesting claim for Carl Broberg. It would be my upset pick.
Dropped from 16 to 10 N2L. Martique missed Steve Asmussen recent claim.
It's a funny claim for Steve. He loves the action.
And he's got Tyler Gaffleone riding here. Of course, they'll team up with Red Route 1 in the Arkansas Derby tomorrow. Sweetness 2, Ron Westerman trains.
The best thing to say about this horse is the race 4 back was on a muddy seal track at Oaklawn and is the best figure this horse ran at a number that makes him a contender. This crazy price at 31-1.
Yeah. Keith Asmussen going to try and beat Dad here, riding for Dallas Stewart on backseat Betty.
Is dropping down, at a big price, so you could do worse.
Yeah, along with the 5, probably the biggest class dropper in this field. Let's go back to Lafitte and Paul for more.
Yeah, Greg, this one is eye-crossing. A little ago, a long way. $10,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime. You came up with a 7-1 shot for the Asmussen boys, yes?
Well, I thought this race was a really difficult race. And when you look at it, Andy talked about the 5 maybe getting to the front end. I think the 1 is very quick. And when you look at the body of this field, there's not many horses in here that want to pass horses. And, the claim of the 8 is very interesting to Broberg that will show some speed. And Martique missed the 9. 1 off the pace for maiden 16. This is a horse, if you go way back, had run some races and passed horses. Went a mile. That didn't work out. Last time got left, made up a little ground. I think gets a decent pace. I'm getting 10-1 on Tyler Gaffleone.
That'll work. That'll work. 10-1. JK is with us. JK, I want to hear the sales pitch on number 8, Essential Bella. And tell me you had that 10 strike exacta.
10 strike, 10 strike, 10 strike, Lafitte. I had that. I just wonder every time you get off the airplane and walk into the Hot Springs Airport, do you feel this feeling of like, this is the first place that I got to hang out with JK and we became friends? I bet you probably do. The 8, Essential Bella, for me, Paulie kind of touched on it. This horse has always shown a little bit of speed. Broke slow last time and didn't, and that's kind of why I feel like there was a dip in the speed figure. This is not the style of race that Essential Bella runs. But if you look at the previous races, the pace figures are there. This horse can usually find the front end. Switching to a high percentage barn in Carl Broberg, who, when horses move into his care for the first time, they win 25% of the time throughout his career. That's at a 3,590 starter. So I just feel like this horse is likely going to improve off of those last numbers and even some of the other numbers that you'll see. The other one that I wanted to mention a little bit, Lafitte, was the one Queenie's Way, who's drawn towards the inside. A lot of times when horses who have speed drawn towards the inside on a sloppy racetrack, there's only one way to go. You send them away from there. You try to get that position. There's no reason to take back behind horses and eat a bunch of dirt, especially slop. I feel like the one Queenie's Way at 11-1 will likely outrun her odds.
Pedal to the metal. Let her rip. Queenie's Way, who graduated in her 4th career start. First career win, 4th career start, just like the Arkansas Derby favorite and Reincarnate. Took him 4 tries.
No, listen, I'm in agreement with JK that the 1 is going to give the 5 kind of benefits. It's going to be really interesting what happens because, this horse 2 starts ago, the 1, cleared a field from the 10 hole and opened up. And he might be a tiny bit of a runoff, although last time, she was able, or Walter De La Cruz was able to kind of settle her down from that one hole, and she went 22.46. Is she going to get away with those fractions? Probably not with the 5 in the equation, so she's going to have to run from the outset.
Bayshore Fox is pictured. Arrieta has to allow Queenie's Way to go, right? I mean, instead of going head-to-head, just kind of stapling herself just on her outside flank as opposed to going head-to-head.
Well, that's a difficult question to answer because you really don't see on the form that she's passed horses. Then you look on her form, she's 0 for 6 on dry racetracks. But on wet racetracks, she's 4 for 4. She's got a win, a second, and 2/3. So she obviously loves a little bit of rain. Now, I don't know if she can rate. Maybe Francisco's thinking, okay, if the 1 goes out, this horse just broke her maiden, I'll be able to pass. But then again, it's still unknown if the 1 or the 5 is quicker. And there's some other speed, like the 8. Like, JK said it. If Essential Bella comes back to her speed, now we're looking to somebody from off the pace, and that's why I like the 9.
There she is, your top selection, 7-1. Human Element intact. Asmussen, Tyler Gaffalione, who's going to be riding better horses tomorrow afternoon. His stakes mounts, Arkansas Derby with Red Route 1, 3-1 on the morning line, the deep closer, Grand Love in the Fantasy, Powerful in the Hot Springs, Silver Prospector in the Oaklawn Mile, and later today, don't forget Wicked Halo in the first Matron 2-1 morning line favorite. Tyler's well armed going into the biggest day of the year at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think Red Route 1 is one of those horses that always runs a good race. I know blinkers are going on, and you made a good point to me earlier. Listen, if we're going to try the blinkers, why not try it now before we get to the first Saturday in May? Is he a win candidate for me for the Derby? No, but he runs a big race each time. And Tyler Gaffalione, when he usually shows up, he gets W's.
If you're going to experiment, do it now.
Yeah.
If you feel he can still get the points and qualify for the Derby, you're not going to want to do that in the Kentucky Derby. Blinkers on, blinkers off does not work in the Derby. The stats prove that. Palace Malice, the first one that comes to mind. Yeah. Blinkers on, an absolute runoff. I'm curious to see strategically how much closer Asmussen's going to want Tyler Gaffalione to keep Red Route 1 to the field, because he's done his best racing when he's lost contact with the field. Breeders' Futurity, Southwest chasing Arabian Light in the Rebel. I don't know how. To me, he feels like a drop anchor, 1 run. If he gets through, great. If he doesn't, that's the life of a closer.
Yeah, I would imagine they're going to be really shortcut blinkers. We'll get to ask Steve why and the reasoning why, but maybe he wants him to see him attached a little bit towards the field. Like you said, he does have a wicked closing kick.
Maybe he's won a few more races than either of us.
Yeah,
Steve
right?
Asmussen looking for a third Arkansas Derby. We'll have it for you tomorrow on Fox Sports 2. Meanwhile, the Friday program rolls on. 5th race, it's post time. Jim Byers standing by with the call.
Next pair will be Bayshore Foxes. Sweetness 2. She'll complete the loading. They're in the gate. Oh, waiting for backseat Betty. Let's get her in there. Backseat Betty moves in. Now, they're in the gate. And they're off. And out from the middle, Bayshore Foxes. There goes Essential Bella in the lime sleeves. From the inside, Queenie's Way, part of that front group. Great On Day is fourth. And Sweetness 2 races in fifth. On the inside is Bad Outlook, sixth and moving up. Go, Go, Go is seventh. Martique Miss is 4 deep, racing in eighth in that third flight of runners. Then comes the Light Gray Alita, followed by Backseat Betty. And Lumberjack Empire is 11th and last. Around the turn, Essential Bella has the lead a half length. Queenie's Way on the inside second. And Bayshore Foxes is racing in third. And she is a half length to the good of Bad Outlook. And then it's Martique Miss. She's racing fifth on the outside. Go, Go, Go is another 3 lengths back. Then Great On Day and Alita. They're in the stretch. Essential Bella. And to the inside, Queenie's Way. And here is Bayshore Foxes. Bayshore Foxes on the outside, and to the inside, Queenie's Way. Queenie's Way maintains the lead. Bayshore Foxes trying to run her down. Then comes Essential Bella and Bad Outlook. It's Queenie's Way or Bayshore Foxes. Queenie's Way, Bayshore Foxes, tight. That was very tight to the wire. Bad Outlook third.
I don't know, Paul. Bang, bang finish in the fifth at Oaklawn. Queenie's Way. Tough as nails on the inside. Bayshore Fox is the favorite, trying to wear her down. Did she wear her down?
You know what? I'm going to call the one wins this race because earlier in the day, it looked like the outside horse completely won a race. But the down angle here and the inside angle completely gets most of the bob here. We'll see it a little bit closer. The 5 is going to lunge late. Here, back. It's very, very close. But the one usually, the inside usually gets these kind of photos. This is very, very close. Francisco Arrieta, he played it right. And you know, the one ran giant here because she didn't get away from the gate that much. Yep. Walter De La Cruz had a rusher to the front end. She went 21 and change, and here's the slow-mo, and this is what I'm telling you. Ooh.
The bird got it.
See, that's what I'm telling you. When you get the slow-mo, the inside gets the advantage. I call it's either the 1 or the 5. Great call by JK, basically saying, listen, the 1 could be quick too. John Heron, very good trainer. And when you horse wins for $15,000, he stuck the horse in a logical spot here, and he might have got the money.
Awaiting the results of the photo. Queenie's Way jumped back to her left lead in deep stretch. Did that cost her? To her outside, the favorite, Bayshore Foxes, grinding away. Awaiting the results of the photo.
Oh. See, now, you never know if it's the front of the mirror, the middle of the mirror, 3/4 of the mirror. I don't know if we're going into Major League Baseball. Do they move the mirror 3.5 inches up or not? So, and they got the camera
pretty good
on the 1. And listen to me. Earlier in the card, I'm not lying yet, there was a horse that looked like he won by about a half a length. It's just that inside angle is a tricky angle. This one's a little bit maybe closer than that last one. I'd have to call either a 1 or a dead heat here.
And she was, I'm trying to say 15-1. And nobody deserves anything in racing. She deserves that one. As you mentioned, from the inside, big field, left at the start, rushed up. Usually when that happens, when that unfolds, especially at this level, it doesn't work. And yet at the top of the stretch, there she was, battling her way to the wire.
Now you got the jockey on the
Foxes,
5. Yeah, 1-5. Yo, Francisco Arrieta. See, here's the crazy part. Dead heat. Okay, so I was wondering why Francisco Arrieta put his hands in the air. I'm like, whoa, what happened? They put up 1-5 and, yeah, dead heat, that down angle. So, you know what? 2 winners, both of them didn't deserve to lose because I think the 5 ran a little bit against the pace, and the 1 just ran too well, actually, for a dead heat.
Yeah, Bayshore Foxes had the trip with the 2 dueling leaders. One of those dueling leaders, Queenie's Way, on the inside again. She jumped back to her left lead. And Bayshore Foxes, though, relentless, just kept coming.
No, really did. You know, and it's like we call this all the time. It's really a slippery slope. Do you want to take advantage? Does Francisco Arrieta want to go challenge Queenie's Way and turn it into a speed duel? And he didn't. He said, listen, I'm going to try to run this horse down, and that's what happened, but barely as it comes out to a dead heat.
Just a $10,000 restricted claiming sprint, Greg, but an exciting $10,000 restricted claiming sprint. The Dead Heat, Queenie's Way, and the favorite, Bayshore Foxes.
15-1, 8-5 favorite, inseparable at that wire.
Listen, I just want people to know that while those guys were on there babbling away, my friend Greg Wolf here said to me, this is a dead heat. So he didn't get any credit for it, but I tell you, he said it. He beat you, Paul. Paul, you're usually the guy that claims a dead heat. Greg Wolf called this a dead heat.
Paul LaDuca, I hate to say it too, has lost his touch. He always makes these calls.
To be fair,
Sorry,
he did
Paulie.
say it was between the 1 and 5, so he did get that much correct.
Paulie, we rely on you, buddy.
Yeah, you know what I always say, Greg. A blind squirrel finds an acorn every once in a while.
Well,
No
that was
credit
that.
from
I was with Paulie, actually. I agree with everything Paulie was saying about the 1, because we've seen it so much. The inside does. And Paul, and it's the other thing that Paulie said was true is, I know it sounds crazy, but we don't know where on the mirror it actually is a finish line. And he's
so
right,
tough.
because when they hit the mirror, the 1 was in front. But obviously, it wasn't right at the beginning. Little extra action. Wait, it wasn't a dead. Wait a second. What's going on here?
Oh, wow. It was the 1.
So, Greg, you weren't right about it being a dead heat.
Paulie.
What? Wait a
Hey,
second.
Greg, watch this. Hold on. I'm just I'll just drop the mic. Can you hear it?
Wait, Paulie.
Can you hear it?
Did you think it was a dead heat, too, for win?
I said it was the 1 or a dead heat. I did not declare it was a dead
No,
heat.
but when
And
they
who
put
won?
dead heat on the board,
1.
we thought it meant a dead heat between the 1 and 5. Did you guys
Yeah.
realize it?
What was Francisco Arrieta pumping his fist about?
I didn't get that.
He must have.
It's been a tough day, guys. You know, tornadoes around and everything. Lafitte comes to town and everything goes off
I wonder
kilter.
if Francisco Lafitte brings up a good point. I wonder if he thought the same thing
I think
we
he did. I think he did. I absolutely do.
I think I got tornadoes in my head.
Well, no big surprise. The 4 people on here have no clue.
Wow.
So,
wow.
It is Queenie's Way. Does get the win. Paulie was correct.
If Kinchin is smart, when he comes on next, he'll say, I knew that the dead heat was for 4th.
Paulie, my apologies. You have not lost your touch. 33-80 for the win. So dead heat for 4th in here. And absolutely, Francisco Arrieta on the 5. The fist pump must have thought when that dead heat sign went up that it was both of them at the wire. Not the case. Winds up 2nd with Bayshore Foxes.
I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen a situation where it's that close and they put up a dead heat and it was for a different order of finish. different position.
That was bizarre.
Insane.
Back to New York. Set up the nightcap here. This 1-turn mile, 20 maiden claiming race. Old Point is the only horse in this race that the pick 6 gets hit. We even have a couple of pick 5 carryover opportunities with the 1 and 7.
I mean, obviously the 1 and 7 Disturbed and the 7 liked him are unlikely winners, but they will be pick 5 carryovers going into tomorrow's late pick 5 should one of them win. As you say, there's a ticket alive to 6 Old Point. Not an easy sequence, huh?
Not at all. No. This race, it really seemed like the 5 or 6, didn't it?
I picked the race 5-6 against my better judgment because the 5's a bit of a loser. But I thought he actually ran better than the 6 Old Point last time out. Microscopically, if the 5 or 6 don't win here, I don't know. I guess the 4 or 2. I just thought they layer the field.
Yeah, the 2 has a bit of a case to move forward, 7-2 on that horse. We start with Disturbed. This would result in a pick 5 carryover.
Well, Jimmy Ryerson looking for his 2nd win today. If the 5 or 6 don't win, I guess he has as much of a claim as a lot of them.
Warrior Richard, the 2, Rob Falcone, Jaime Torres.
Thought he benefited from being on the rail last time when the others were wide.
Blinkers go on steady progress, 16-1.
Naipaul Chatterpall's been having a good year, but this is not a horse that I could endorse.
Ghost Rider, Bill Morey, has Raylu Gutierrez to ride.
You know, this horse's race at Churchill, 3 back, is good enough to win here, but then came here at 6-5 and was atrocious.
Lowest level, though, that this horse has ever been at the 5. Proven Hope 2-1.
Except the last race was a restricted 3-year-old race, and this is for older horses. Proven Hope has been a proven loser, frankly, but I pick him on top.
Here's the 6, Old Point, 9-5 favorite.
What he has going over the 5 is less starts.
38-1. We all liked him. This is a horse that carries the pick 5 as well.
Well, a lot of people would be looking forward to a pick 5 carryover, but this is an unlikely winner.
And Katie Davis, Eternal Glory for Ramir Shishakli.
I mean, this horse has figures that you say this horse could be 4th or something in here. Probably not good enough. But after the 5 and 6, I'm not going to throw out too many of them.
5 minutes of post here, this finale on our Friday card from Aqueduct. And the reunion between Old Point, Proven Hope. They were 2nd and 3rd when they met back on March 12th. Only 3/4 of a length separated those two. So, Jonathan, where do you wind up?
Honestly, I circled 2 horses in here. I only thought the 2 could win, the 5 or the 6. And I was just kind of going to go with the one who had a better price. They're both very similar. So now I'm just going to defer to the horse that has more tactical speed. And you can see that as they warm up here. The 5 Proven Hope just feels like the type of horse that, was wide last time, so you want to upgrade horses for that. Just talking geometry here, losing ground on the turn there, on that 1-turn mile. In Old Point, sure, that horse can win, but he got 2nd in the midst of that kind of hot Rob Atras time. So if you couldn't win when Rob was, scorching hot, you got to kind of maybe sometimes think that maybe last time was the time. I'm going to go with the 5 Proven Hope. I'm not overly confident about it. Not as confident as I am in my friendship with Richie Migliore.
Thanks, Jonathan. I feel the same. But we'll start with the 6 Old Point. This game is so fascinating on so many levels. This is an absolutely gorgeous son of Curlin. I mean, he is as well made a horse, put together conformationally, beautiful. He's just not that fast. I mean, he's running from maiden 20 for a reason, but to look at him from a physical perspective, you'd think he's a stake horse. He's an interesting horse, too, in the warm-up. Not a horse that really picks up the bridle, doesn't really pull, doesn't jump on the bit. Can't say the same for the 5 Proven Hope. What a beautiful warm-up. Man, he really just leveled off beautifully, got in the bit, framed up nicely. And the other horse that caught my eye and ultimately I'm going to pick is the 2 Warrior Richard, and not just because of the name. I love the way he warmed up. He gets a 7-pound break in the weights with Jaime Torres from the inside, and horses seem to show improved speed for that kid. And I like speed in lower level races. I think lower level horses get more easily kind of discouraged than other horses, and I like horses that can be forward. And the way he warmed up, as sharp as he was in the paddock, and with a 7-pound apprentice who has been very impressive to me, that's where I wound up on the 2, Warrior Richard, Greg.
Yeah, Jaime Torres had a 3-win day a week or 2 ago. 7-pound apprentice trying to find his way here in New York.
He's a promising rider, but the other thing is, with Jose Gomez, and I like Jaime Torres. I've liked him since he started riding, but when Jose Gomez lost the bug, it really opened things up for him and Jason Wayas to get more of the choice mounts that were going to apprentices. But he's making the most of it. He's a good rider. I didn't like this horse. I picked him 4th. I think he's ridiculously overbet at 3-1. But I will say one thing. Rob Falcone had 2 horses that ran very well yesterday for him. But those were older claiming type horses. And what Rob did with them is he got them back to their best efforts. And that's what you see with trainers that do well claiming horses, getting them back to those good races that they've had in the past. This horse doesn't really have much of a baseline. And I know he finished just 3 lengths and 3 3/4 lengths behind the 2 choices here last time. But to me, they were wide, and he was right on the rail for much of the race, which was the place to be. And I just think he took advantage of that and don't believe he's supposed to beat the 5 and 6, but maybe Rob will continue his hot streak.
Old Point, who was not the favorite when he met Proven Hope, the 5 horse last time out. It was actually Proven Hope who was favored. Those roles reversed today.
Well, you got Rob Atras and Manny Franco, okay? And the fact that he's so much more lightly raced than Proven Hope. I mean, Proven Hope is getting, getting to be that proven loser kind of category. I mean, he just at least he's gotten his act there a little bit in his last few starts, but he's just not getting it done. They got wired last time by a 40-1 shot for Tom Morley.
That's right. That was Downtown Connector.
Yeah. I mean, you hate to look at these races and say, I can't go past the favorites. But the thing, at least, we don't want to do, and doesn't mean we're going to be right at the end, is go against the favorite just to go against the favorite. You want to do it when you feel you have at least a reasonable idea.
Feels like those are the two in here.
If I had played the multis, I would have just used 5 and 6 in here.
And there is not much in the way of pace in this race.
Well, that might actually help the 2 a little bit going forward. Well, I think the 3, Steady Progress, with Silvera is supposed to be the speed, right?
Yeah.
And you see how Silvera rode last race. He's supposed to go to the front. Proven Hope, theoretically, Trevor, he's going to be right next to him, and that's going to, I think, help him a little over the 6. I thought he ran the better race of the 2 last time, but the 6 is more lightly raced. I understand the argument for either one of them. I'm not against.
Anyone outside of the 6, again, results of the pick 6 carryover into the Saturday card. Should the 1 or 7 shock this group, we've got to carry over the pick 5 as well. Finale on this Friday card from New York. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Eternal Glory to the outside. Eternal Glory is in. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the outside here from We All Liked Him is going to be in the early mix, and we'll cross over. It's We All Liked Him who's up by a quick length. Here comes Steady Progress, and Ruben Silvera moves to the outside here, is in the 4 path, is right there with Eternal Glory. They're going to be 2nd and 3rd as they come out of the chute. Warrior Richard, Jamie Torres, they're at the rail. They are very tightly bunched as they come out of the chute there. Proven Hope is in the early mix as well as in 5th. In behind them is Ghost Rider, and at the rail there is Disturbed. Old Point is the trailer, is 6 lengths off the lead, but is catching up to the group. But the leader is We All Liked Him. It's We All Liked Him. 59-1 is in front, is up by 3/4 of a length. Steady Progress is tracking from 2nd. Forward momentum here for Eternal Glory. Going with that rival up on the far outside. Here comes the run from Proven Hope. Trevor McCarthy out in the center of the racetrack, but it is in hand. It is progressing nicely. Old Point is following that move. At the rail there is Warrior Richard. No move yet. Ghost Rider is under a drive towards the tail end of the field with Disturbed, who's now the trailer. Moving very well up on the outside is Proven Hope, is catching this leading duo right now. To the inside, it's We All Liked Him. In between horses, Steady Progress and an oncoming Proven Hope. Old Point is all in. Warrior Richard's got some traffic. They went 47 seconds flat for that half-mile time. A 1/4 mile left to go. Proven Hope now gets the cue. There's a seam here for Warrior Richard. Orange Silks, Blue Cap down towards the inside. Steady Progress is in for the fight as well as they reach a final furlong. Proven Hope trying to put it away. Warrior Richard's got the momentum at the rail, and here comes the kid, Jamie Torres, to the inside. It's Proven Hope and Trevor McCarthy trying to hold him off, but Warrior Richard is now put ahead in front. Warrior Richard sprints for home. Proven Hope comes right back here. It's going to be a photo. Tight photo here. Warrior Richard to the inside of Proven Hope, then Steady Progress. And Old Point in 1 minute, 38.69 seconds in the finale.
Warrior Richard by a nostril over the 5 here, Proven Hope.
You could say Proven Hope just doesn't want to win races, and that's why Warrior Richard won it. And it was a very good ground-saving ride by him, but he improved a lot to get it done in here, as the favorite Old Point had absolutely nothing. And there will be a $25,000 carryover in the Big 6.
Came down to these 2. Trevor McCarthy on the outside, Proven Hope. The apprentice, Jaime Torres, on the fence on Warrior Richard, and he would prevail. Just barely. 2:536 unofficially posted here. And yeah, as you said, Andy Serling carryover into the pick 6 for our Saturday card.
It's actually a pretty quick race. They actually went faster than race number 7 went, which is kind of surprising, to be honest with you. It really shows you how much the 2 improved.
Usually that position, 5 ranging up, you feel pretty good.
Yeah. He's a bit of a losing type, but the 2 really improved to beat him. 5 ran a winning race. The 2 just improved measurably of his last race, I think.
We will have those prices coming up for you. We still have the feature coming up from Oaklawn with the guys, Lafitte and Paul. So long to Andy Serling.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow for a big day with the Arkansas Derby.
Forward to it.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. I'm going to be joined by Mig on desk here right after this short break. A lot more coming up, and it's a big Saturday ahead for trainer Brad Cox. Wet Paint, she is the filly to beat in that Oaks Prep, and Angel of Empire. Risen Star winner, looking to go back-to-back in graded stakes in the Arkansas Derby. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NowRebets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Back in New York, nightcap. And it came down to 2 in the end here. Warrior Richard, Proven Hope. Jaime Torres, the apprentice, on the 2. Trevor McCarthy on the 5, Proven Hope. Battle to the finish.
Yeah, they put on quite a stretch duel. Lower level horses, both of them trying so hard. Jaime Torres getting that nice split up the inside. And 2 strong finishing riders, Trevor McCarthy on the outside. Jaime Torres, very impressive for apprentice rider to finish as strongly as he does on the inside. Really keeps a good rhythm with a horse, great hand ride, and pretty exciting race to finish the card.
5, he got past it. He was ever so slightly coming back, just could not get there. Winds up losing by that much, just a true nose. $9.50, Warrior Richard. Pick 4, almost $1,800 in the final 4 races on the sequence. Pick 5, wow, $22,861. And we have a carryover in the pick 6 for Saturday.
That won't happen if you go to a ball game. You might have a good time, but you're not going to get an opportunity to go home with a potential life-changing score.
No, you are not. That is a big one. Congrats to anybody who was able to put that together. That is a tough one to try and handicap, so well done. Mig, good to have you up here on the desk. We have obviously our best yet to come out at Oaklawn today. We've had that weather delay, but we're finally back in business, and big Saturday coming up.
Yeah, big Saturday coming up, their final Derby prep, the Arkansas Derby, and things are kind of starting to take shape. We're getting a little bit more focus as we get closer to the spring classics. And how's the weather? Weather going to cooperate the rest of the day now?
Yeah, it seems like actually from here on out, I believe good weather. And Saturday's supposed to be beautiful, so that's good news. Fingers crossed. We'll keep you posted, obviously, and we're going to talk more about that Arkansas Derby in a little bit. It seems like there are a handful of horses that could step up and make their presence felt on the Derby Trail. Race 6 coming up next on this Friday card here in Hot Springs. And we start things off here with the 2 who inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1. This is a 20 maiden claiming sprint.
Yeah, dropping in class off a claim for a higher price, and looks sharp in the post trade, really on his toes.
It showed speed last time out on a wet track and then backed up, but does drop. Pro Charger, Ingrid Mason, New Gelding.
New Gelding's going to have to turn it around in a big way, but we've seen that work in the past.
It drops down from 50 to 20 as well. The 4-6 whips for Chelsea Moisey, the trainer.
Ageless wonder. John Court in the tack, a horse with speed. You know, John Court's not bashful about allowing horses to use their speed.
First time start of the 5 was a bullet gate drill at Oaklawn.
Yeah, that work stands out. 3 back a minute flat. There's basically 12 seconds to a furlong out of the gate, but not taking much money.
Yeah, well, Exaggerator too. 1 on a wet track, won the Preakness. Scott City, 17 to 1.
Taking a precipitous drop in class, and returns as a gelding also will have to improve.
Huge drop. Yeah, some interesting numbers in this race here. Racing in My Heart, speed and backed up against State Bred Maiden Special at Horseshoe Indy.
Yeah, back in November. Hasn't been seen since. Shows up here for 20, but did show that good speed there.
Cut back in distance for Mike Maker's Propellant.
Yeah, I think this horse makes a lot of sense on the cutback. I like turnbacks.
It was second at Remington in a straight maiden race. The 9, Chicago's Gray Steve Asmussen with his son Keith.
Yeah, Keith has really improved his riding throughout the Oaklawn Park meeting. This horse is going to have to improve getting racing gelded for the first time.
Yeah, and a lot to like with this son of Run Happy here. Run Poppy, last time he finished a race, it was at Saratoga in the mud in a restricted maiden special weight. For more on this one, let's head out to Hot Springs with more from Lafitte and Paul.
Yeah, these are 3-year-olds, Greg. No Derby implications in this one. Just a $20,000 maiden claimer here, Paul. You have several first-time starters. You have some class droppers. Now you have this wet track. What'd you come up with?
Well, I thought this was a difficult race because when you look at this race, you look at the 11 Run Poppy, and the horse looks tremendous on the racetrack just by looking at his flesh. And, at 5 to 2, do you want to take a horse that hasn't finished a race last time out? And that was the lone race, and we're coming up almost to a year when we get to Saratoga. So at 5 to 2, do you want to take that? The 8, I'm surprised, Propellant. Now, I know this horse has never run over a wet racetrack, but I'm surprised from 2 to 1 to 7 to 2 that you're getting that kind of value. I think on the cutback to 6 furlongs, I think a lot of people think that maybe Propellant will be too far behind, but I have a feeling that this horse is going to run a big race. I love the way he was jogging over the racetrack, so I'll take him at 7 to 2. I just can't take a horse at 5 to 2 coming off a race where the horse jogged home.
The sun's out. Gorgeous afternoon in Hot Springs. Hard to believe we were under tornado watch.
Are JK's guns out?
Pennsylvania bred, you mentioned. Run Poppy, take a look at him. Powerhouse Connections, owned by Alex Lieblong, trained by Steve Asmussen. There he is, ridden by Ricardo Santana. And Paul Santana with some live stakes mounts this weekend. Later today, Samurai Charm did scratch out of the matron. But tomorrow, well-mounted in all 4 stakes races, including a date with Harlow Cap in the Arkansas Derby.
Harlow Cap's interesting. You know, obviously leaving the Bob Baffert barn into Steve's barn did not run well first time. But, you know, Steve is noted over the years, he's very, very good second time out. I think Gun Pilot is got a big shot to bounce back. So he's got some live horses as Ricardo and Steve.
8-time Oaklawn riding champ, 2-time Arkansas Derby winning jockey, Ricardo Santana, trying to take down the 6th race at Oaklawn with Run Poppy. JK, what do you think?
Yeah, you know, I ended up kind of going to the inside with a horse that kind of makes a little bit more sense. We saw in the last race a horse wired on the inside. Storm Approaching makes a ton more sense. And look, I'm not saying the inside's good, but if a horse at those odds wins, you can assume the inside's not bad. So, and the horse that I'm referring to is the one horse that won the last race, Queenie's Way. They got to change that graphic on that tote board there. I thought it was a dead heat as well. The 2 Storm Approaching should pop away from there from the inside. Didn't run particularly well last time on a sloppy racetrack down on the inside. But I'm going to forgive that horse for that performance because ran well last time. It seems like the track's probably drying a little bit. And like I mentioned, at least I know the inside is not the bad place to be. I'm going to go with the 2 Storm Approaching. I'm not crazy about the price, but there's not a whole lot in here to get too excited about in terms of other creative ideas. The 2 Storm Approaching wire to wire.
There's safety in numbers. Paul, JK thought it was a dead heat as well.
Gosh, doubters. So many haters are on horse racing Twitter, even your own friends.
The mic drop. The mic drop was classic. Don't mess with Paul and a photo. See how close this one is. $20,000 maiden claimer sprinting 3/4 of a mile. Post time, Jim Beyer standing by.
Pride, Propellant, Chicago's Gray, and the last in is Run Poppy. All set. Oaklawn 6th, and they're off. Racing in My Heart was not out well. Neither was Scott City. From the inside, Storm Approaching uses that good speed. Run Poppy was out fast. Chicago's Gray and Explosive Pride are part of that front group as well from between rivals. Pro Charger is sitting behind that leading group, racing in 5th. Then comes 6 Whips and Propellant, Scott City, and Racing in My Heart as they move into the far turn. From the inside, it's Storm Approaching, and in between horses, Explosive Pride. Chicago's Gray, 3 deep on the outside. Nothing much separating them. And then comes 6 Whips. He's moving on the inside of Run Poppy, and at this point, maybe going the better of Run Poppy. The whip is out on him. 6 Whips angles out 4 off the rail. Farther out is Run Poppy, and he is coming on. But as they move through the stretch, Chicago's Gray, Run Poppy on the outside, Storm Approaching on the inside, and 6 Whips. Final 16th, Run Poppy and Storm Approaching. It's going to be Storm Approaching. Storm Approaching, another weather-related hunch bet, comes through today by a length. Run Poppy loomed, had to settle for second, then 6 Whips and Chicago's Gray.
Aptly named, indeed. Storm Approaching. Well done, JK. Tenacious on the front end. Just wouldn't let Run Poppy by late.
Yeah, it's been the theme of the day. If you're on the rail, you just get that extra second win. And the 11 had to take the overland route. And listen, the public had this dead on. They were the 2 lowest will pays in the pick 3s and the doubles. And you try to get around them, and you can't. But they're sharp players here in Arkansas and Hot Springs. And they ran right to the numbers here, 2-1 over 9-5.
The winner from the inside, Storm Approaching in the 6 at Oaklawn Park, 2:11.49. Greg in the 6 still have 4 left on the program, including the featured first running of the Matron.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Best still yet to come on this Friday card, guys, out in Hot Springs as weathered the bad weather, and now it looks like sun in the future. Looks like a beautiful day out there in Hot Springs, and that's what we're expecting on Saturday as well. Hunch play of all hunch plays. Storm approaching, but it's behind us with the victory in the 6th.
Yeah, son of Bustin Stones, who stands up at Doc Belinsky's Waldorf Farm, campaigned by Roddy Valenti. He's got a Kentucky bred here who gets it done. Took all the pressure, but I think the guys are on to something. Inside Pat seems to be an advantage. And Run Poppy kind of ran in spots. He seemed like he was spinning his wheels around the turn. And then when he got in the stretch, he finished on again. But a little bit of like not enough continuity in his run.
Cipriano Contreras, first off to claim victory, and Francisco Arrieta, 6th in the books. We'll have the prices when we come back. Feature still to come from Hot Springs at the Matron with Pretty Birdie, Monterey, and Wicked Halo. Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
An obligatory goes by the ball. Then wins it. Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clairiere on the outside, and it's got to be Clairiere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. And Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Outside it's Malathaat coming to the wire. Who's it going to be? Here's the wire. Oh, the wish has come true. That one's for you, Cody.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hardworking people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
Tomorrow, the road to the Kentucky Derby heats up in Hot Springs, Arkansas. America's Day at the Races brings you expanded on-site coverage from Oaklawn Park, featuring the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby and Grade 3 Fantasy. Don't miss all the action from 1:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern on FS2. Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Lap. It looks like a beautiful Friday afternoon after we had to endure that long weather delay at Oaklawn Park. And here's your winner, race 6, Storm approaching. Cipriano Contreras wins, trainer first off the claim with this horse, and Francisco Arrieta aboard for the winning ride. State and Flurry.
Very game on the inside, huh, Greg? He just fought off all challenges, kept finding, took a lot of pressure early, and then here came the back runners. And just kept finding. Really nice effort from him.
Man whose family, we've done the story on the show many times, has parking lots right across the street. If you want to go to Oaklawn, you probably know him very well. He's had some very nice horses, too, including with Brad Cox, and here he has one with Cipriano Contreras to get a win.
Yeah, nice when you see people that are so invested in the local area with the racetrack be rewarded, and I'm sure winning at Oaklawn means an incredible amount to them.
$6.60 for the victory. And that was a race to kick off the late pick 5. So late pick 4 coming up next. Of course, the big one tomorrow. Final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby out in Hot Springs, Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. And we will see who makes that big move forward as a 3-year-old in what seems like a very wide open edition of this race in our ABR Race of the Week. Speaking of Brad Cox, he will send out Angel of Empire, who surprised a lot of people in that Grade 2 Risen Star win last time out at better than 13-1.
Yeah, but if you look at this horse's form, his only poor effort was on the turf. Put a line to that, and boy, his form looks awfully good. I mean, he was good running the Smarty Jones right there at Oaklawn Park. Goes to Fairgrounds and gets it done in the Risen Star, rallying from well up the pace. Luis Saez that day, get Flavien Prat now. It's been interesting watching Flavien Prat play musical mounts this winter, searching for his Derby mount.
Can be a dangerous game. Can take off one that might wind up winning it. Oh, those decisions to make, but it's position you want to be in when you get those opportunities.
Well, if you're a rider that has options, yeah, sometimes it might blow up on you and you ride the wrong horse, but it's nice to have options.
Yes, it is. Luis Saez was aboard for the Risen Star. Prat will be back aboard, or I should say aboard for the first time on Saturday. Comes from off the pace. Can he step up on Saturday, guys?
Angel of Empire, Greg, it's been a story of no respect, Paulie. Second in the Smarty Jones. He was 18-1, as Greg mentioned, 13-1 when he wins the Risen Star. His jockey opts not to ride him in the Arkansas Derby. Luis Saez, he made that decision a couple of weeks ago. Yes, he's riding all 14 tomorrow at Gulfstream, but still, Angel of Empire, the deep closer. What do you make of his chances?
I think he's got a good chance. You know, when you have a horse that has won over or run well over 3 different racetracks, I give him a lot of credit. Now, when he came here for the Smarty Jones, he was 18-1. He got beat by his stablemate Victory Formation, who was able to walk around the racetrack. So maybe that was a precursor to telling you, okay, he is a kind of horse that grinds away, wants to go a little further. Now, when I saw him physically, he is physically an absolute monster. He's a big, big horse. When I saw him in the Risen Star, in the Risen Star, I thought of a horse that looked like a Belmont horse when I saw him in. And then when he went to win the Risen Star, he's the kind of horse that just kind of grinds and grinds and grinds. And you're so used to the Brad Cox horses being front runners and horses that kind of lay off the pace. I think this is a horse that maybe was one of his unsung heroes, and at the beginning of the year might have been maybe his 15th or 14th best horse. And if you look at this horse's numbers, they keep going forward and forward and forward.
Improving, and Brad Cox made the right call. When he won the Risen Star, he had that fast pace to work with to enhance his late kick. Had he run in Louisiana Derby, no pace whatsoever. He's here in the Arkansas Derby and should have an honest pace to run at Angel of Empire. For Brad Cox, who, what do you know, he has multiple 3-year-olds on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Of course, he won with Mandaloun, but by disqualification a couple of years back. Hitch Show, Paul, Instant Coffee, Jake's Road, Slip Mahoney. It's there. The volume is there. We'll see how good this crew for him turns out to be.
Yeah, well, obviously Hitch Show. We'll see what happens there. Instant Coffee did not run a step. Jace's Road, I got to give Jace's Road actually just a draw through that race. The horse broke through the gate before the race and actually was traveling well. I thought ran okay to hold on for third. So, Brad probably doesn't have what he thought he might have at the beginning of the year, but they're still very formidable.
Maybe that takes a different direction, that narrative, after the weekend. And then, of course, you have the fantasy on the road to the Kentucky Oaks, and Brad Cox very well represented. Wet Paint, number 6, 8-5 on the morning line, Flavien Prat to ride. She's been awfully good on wet tracks. We know that. Anticipated. Fast track tomorrow. How impressed were you by her in the Honeybee in the most recent?
I've been impressed by her just bounds over bounds because to be honest with you, I didn't like her in her first start because she was the kind of horse that just left a lot to do, but she's got this relentless, yes, she lowers her head, she's got this relentless, just never ever giving up. And the thing about it is she's running on a wrong lead, like her hair's on fire, it's crazy. But you could see that she obviously loves a wet surface. But all the horses that have been coming out of her races have been coming back to win. So we'll find out tomorrow. Hopefully the track will be dry. We'll see what we'll get from her, but I think she's the real deal.
Greg, over the next week with all the Derby and Oaks preps, we're going to have a much better feel of what this year's Oaks, the Derby, what it looks like once this final round of preps is completed, and a big stop along that road right here tomorrow with the Fantasy and the Arkansas Derby.
We will have live coverage. We look forward to it. Yeah, a lot is going to change over the next 2 Saturdays. on that road to Kentucky.
Oh, absolutely. I think, again, we'll gain more clarity. And horses change, especially this time of year. You see it more with the colts this time of year over a 2 or 3 month span. Some of them will really take a big step forward. I think you're seeing that a little bit with Angel of Empire, whose sire, by the way, Classic Empire, won the Arkansas Derby. He was runner-up in the Preakness, a very good horse in his own right. But it's always interesting for me to see that development in these young horses and who steps forward. Who's the best horse starting the year? Not always the best horse getting into the Classics.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We hope you join us on Saturday for our coverage. That's race 12, tomorrow's card from Hot Springs. Final stop at Oaklawn Park on the road to the Derby. Up next, 7th at Oaklawn. It is a 6-furlong sprint. State-bred allowance race with a purse of $115,000 near Connie K. Randy Morris, Rafael Bejarano, coming out of back-to-back stakes races, ran 3rd last time out behind Kaboom Baby, who right now is the second choice, 2-1. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back when we return. See more of Chelsea Bailey, who is no doubt a fighter, has been in the octagon, state champ as a wrestler, and now making her name known in that jockey colony in Hot Springs.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
I'm a very, very competitive person.
It is richness in front.
Real nice, patient, confident ride from Chelsea Bailey.
Chelsea? Yeah. You bet on me? Yes. They're both almost along the same parallel that you are an athlete, you have weight that's involved, you have to have upper body strength. I have a really good balance that I've taken that I've used from there. You have to have, split-second decision action time. It's the same thing. When that bell rings, anything could happen in the fight, and when that gate opens, anything could happen in the race. I've had 3 professional fights. I had 1 fight for the Ultimate Fighter because it was for a reality TV show.
Chelsea trains with UFC champion Miesha Tate.
You got this, girl.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's fight.
I'm not gonna lie, it feels really good to punch somebody in the face. Especially if, they've been talking bad about you. You train so hard, and when you can go out there and you can just really connect, it's a pretty good feeling. It's kind of a weird twist of fate and destiny that I was able to actually meet my husband and was able to get me involved with the horse racing. You have to be able to know how to go out there and ride the horse and give the horse the best ride that you can and do everything you can to try to win the race.
This is Charlie. This is Charlie Can Do. He's so laid back. He's a really nice horse to be around, and he's super kind.
Charlie Can Do did. Charlie Can Do won by 8.
Chelsea Bailey able to do just that. Tom Swearingen Racing Stable, the winning owner, winning trainer.
Liked everything about her, the way she handled the horses, her dedication was extreme. And so from that point on, I thought we would be able to use her and let her ride some horses. We were really happy with what she did, and everybody likes her, and her work ethic is second to none. She's a very, very dedicated person.
The toughest part is keeping the momentum going, not getting hurt, doing good. It's like when you're hot, you're hot. When you're down, you're down. I love boxing. I love to hit the bag. I like combinations, but my background is wrestling. So I feel really comfortable on the ground. My ground game is pretty sick.
Don't get out with your hip out in front of the shoulders, Steve Smith. Way too forward. Pressure behind the shoulder. Tighten it up. Change sides, create angles.
It's really cool to see that there are more girls that are getting interested in it and want to get involved, and I feel really special that I'm able to help out and kind of lend my experience and give them tips and give them my 2 cents and kind of help out with them. Like wrap the shoulder around there to use your head. It's not just the girls, it's also the guys and everything. I'm a good body to help practice with, and I can help find faults and things that they're doing wrong, and I can also work with them because I'm more their size. It's really awesome. I'm glad to be a part of the community in that factor, and not just at the racetrack, but also helping out with the kids at the school and stuff and volunteering. I really enjoy it.
She's had a lot of success, obviously, in the octagon as a wrestler, and now we're seeing her have a lot of success as a jockey, too.
Absolutely, and I've been impressed with her steady improvement. Her game has gotten better and better. And so many of the things she just spoke about, the discipline you need to be a fighter, making weight, the training, is so similar in a lot of ways to being a jockey. And then, factor in the danger of the situations of being with somebody that's trying to hurt you, trying to hurt them. And in a race, how fast things happen and the danger factor. And the fact that she has the strength of mind and character to be able to set that aside. And let's be clear, courage isn't never having fear. It's being able to do what needs to be done even though the presence of fear is there, right?
In the face of it, yeah.
In the face of it. And she embodies that. And I love the fact that she gives back to the community like that and shows young people, and particularly these young ladies, that they can think outside the box. And if they want to do something different, they can achieve their goals through hard work and dedication. And she's doing it by example.
Yeah, trained with a good one, too, in the octagon. Misha Tate was at the top of the sport for quite a while, or near the top. We're going to see Chelsea Bailey on Richness coming up. That's a 3 here in this next race, who has at least tactical speed in this race, but it looks like a contender.
Yeah, should definitely have a say in how this race is run. It's kind of a similar situation to last time with Connie Kay inside, her outside. Those are the 2 clear-cut speeds of the race.
There's one on and off track as well. We're going to get to our post-parade here coming up. And we're going to start in a moment with a 6-5 favorite, Connie Kay. From the rail, Randy Morse trains, Rafael Bejarano aboard.
Yeah, but she kind of finds herself in a similar situation last time, though. She's under the gun from the rail. You're not going to take back from there. You got to go forward. Does she get a lot of pressure from the 3? Richness with Chelsea Bailey. Last time the 2 of them kind of hooked up, and it softened Connie Kay up just a little bit.
And Chelsea Bailey, 3 wins the last 5 starts on Richness. Here's the 4 heated argument.
Heated argument, more of a closing type. Would love to see these 2 hook up. It's going to have to run one of her best races.
Jinx Fires trains the 5, who's a winner 2 back.
Yeah, another one that would love to see a fast pace in here.
Ron Moquette trains this 5-year-old mare coming off a win.
Oh, a big closing win here. Tyler Gaffalione picks up the mount here as Rafael Bejarano opts for the favorite.
Got a hot early pace to try and chase down in that win. 7 went by. We'll get back to who's the 2-1 second choice. My Dam's Attitude, big number, and then 32-1 big price outside with Lady Astrid.
Yeah, horses that would need to improve off of their current form.
The 7, who we sort of skipped over, Kaboom Baby, coming out of a second in a state-bred stakes race at Oaklawn.
Yeah, and more of a closing style. She's not slow. She won't be out the back. And she would love to see the 3 Richness and the 1 hook up here, Connie Kay, and set it up like it did last time when she did pip Connie Kay for second.
Let's get back to Lafitte and Paul.
Yeah, Paul, I get the sense you're trying to find another option other than Connie Kay, and yet you keep coming back to Connie Kay, the favorite.
Well, I come back to her just because I just think she's quicker than Richness. Now, I do think Richness is the other horse in here. You look at the rest of the body of this field, none of these fillies or mares can really show any type of early speed. I love the way Connie Kay looks on the racetrack. The ears are forward. Now, Richness can stay a little bit closer. I just don't know if she can go with Connie Kay early. And the way this racetrack is playing in the rail, the 7 Kaboom Baby, I get it. This horse has got great numbers, but this horse has not won in 2 years. Lafitte has never won over a wet surface. The 2 wins are here at Oaklawn, but I get it. The reason why Connie Kay got passed for second is because she never got to the front end in this race. She got out-quicked by Summer Shoes, by the way, who's a Tom Swearington runner, who is a nice Arkansas bred, and got caught in chase mode. It's the only reason why Kaboom Baby was able to swoop her up. Connie Kay did all the running. So I can understand. Connie Kay at even money might be a little too short for me, but I don't see the 7 in a scenario running Connie Kay down, especially on this racetrack. The only way I could see it happening if Richness kind of stays a little bit close and can maybe out-finish, but then you look at Richness, and Connie Kay's already buried her a couple times.
Kaboom Baby, JK, and if you like her, you're getting a square price here. The 7-5 morning line favorite, 2-1, while Connie Kay reigns as the choice.
And look, she hasn't won in a long time, the 7 Kaboom Baby, but in her last 2 races, if you look at the speed figures, depending on what figures you look at, she's been right there. Her figures have been quote-unquote winning type races. She just wasn't fortunate enough to get the win. I'm not overly concerned with the racetrack. I don't, like I said earlier, even before the last winner, I don't think the rail is necessarily gold. I just don't think it's a negative. When in a lot of these modern racetracks, the inside can sometimes get a little bit deep, especially a drying racetrack. Sometimes the water can flow down in there, and then it become a little bit deeper as well. So I'm just saying that I don't think it's a negative to be down there. And with the 2 inside horses being the speed horses, the 1 and the 3, I'm just hoping that those 2 might hook up, trying to kind of keep that position, or the 3 trying to gain that position. I just felt like at the price, the 7 was a little bit more attractive, 9-5 versus the 4-5 of the 1. I'm not against the 1 Connie Kay, but the nature of the games, I got to pick one of these bad boys, and I'll pick the 7.
At 9-5, while Connie Kay now odds on 44-5, and we're looking at Richness, Paul, and Chelsea Bailey, just an athlete, and as she said, super competitive, and yes, having a solid mate.
She's been a pleasure. I've talked to her a couple times and about career changes and being an athlete, professional athlete. She asked me too. She goes, "How did I get into horse racing from baseball?" I said, "Listen, I didn't ride horses at the level you're riding them at, and it's a completely different sport. You're going from striking and to wrestling, but if you ever messed around with your brothers or everything else, if you ever try to wrestle somebody for about 2 minutes, you'll about pass out." So the conditioning issue with Chelsea has never been an issue. And talking to her and her husband is an absolute sweetheart. He said, "I've never seen anything like it." He goes, there's sometimes she wakes up in the morning and she just starts running, and her fitness level is insane, and goes around with her upper body strength. And she is a very, very good rider. She knows pace. I've been very, very impressed with her, and I want to be nice with her because I don't want to get put in an arm lock.
Don't mess around with her.
Yes.
You want to mess around with Chelsea Bailey. Can Richness pull off this 10-1?
Well, if Connie Kay gets away from the gate and goes, obviously Connie Kay's got to press from there, and Richness, like JK was saying, is clearly the second pace in here. And if, Chelsea decides, let's sit and try to outfinish Connie Kay and turn this into a 2-horse race, I have a feeling this race could run around 1-3. If she decides, listen, Tom goes, we got to take it to the 1, we can't go by, then the 7 is the equation.
And how do you feel the track is playing? Is JK just said, hesitant to say that the rail is gold, even though it helped out JK in the last race? He had Storm Approaching. Who won on the inside, and I stopped watching him. I thought he was spent at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, it's weird. I agree with JK. sometimes when there's biases here and there. This racetrack, for some reason, when it does dry out, the rail does get actually a little bit faster. I think the rail is a little bit better. I mean, have the best horses won? I think so, because even though that horse was 15-1, horse got dead left and still won that race. So I just think Connie K, now at 3-5, we're starting to get a little too short here now.
Getting crushed there. And works well for her if the rail is good and an advantage. 3-5 Connie K, and all set for this late pick 4. Greg, and again, still have that matron coming up, first running a little bit later on, race number 9, I believe. If I'm wrong, correct me.
No, you're right on it, Lafitte. Yeah, that's going to be a good one coming up. Obviously, Monterey, a Pretty Birdie, Wicked Halo, that threesome, 3 of the best female mare sprinters in the country.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how Monterey comes back. She was so good at 3. We were fortunate to see her at Belmont and Saratoga.
So that is going to be a good one coming up. But here, wow, 3-5 on this 5-year-old mare on your screen. Obviously, she ran very good stakes race last time out. Kaboom Baby. Why can't she finish like she did last time?
Yeah, I think the key to the race is what the 3 Richness does, how much pressure she can apply to Connie K. Connie K is, I believe, committed from the inside. And you saw Rafael Bejarano just give her a couple little taps with the crop. And when you're in the inside post, you want to make sure your horse is very focused and alert. You don't want to take a chance of breaking a step slow and having that wave of horses have an opportunity to fold over on top of you. And briefly getting back to Chelsea Bailey, someone told me a long time ago, and of course this is a generalization, that most successful jockeys and most successful boxers don't come from affluent or cushy lifestyles. Because of the hard work and dedication it takes to make it in those. And it reminded me of Eddie Arcaro saying later in his career when he retired, it's really hard to get out of bed at 5 o'clock in the morning when you're sleeping on satin sheets.
Yeah. Got to have that desire and that passion.
You got to be hungry.
Maybe sometimes get out of your situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to be hungry. Now, that sounds funny because obviously being a jockey, you spend most of your life hungry. And that's the old saying, right? A successful jockey can afford a private chef, but he can't afford to eat the cooking.
Yeah. Although you've turned into a pretty good one in retirement, haven't you?
I'm making up for lost time.
3-5 favorite, Connie K from the inside post. Can she dictate on the front end? Jim Byers, the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Off to an excellent start. Connie K gunning for the lead from the inside. Heated Argument gets out with her, and Heated Argument a close-up second. Kaboom Baby is fairly close up early on here. That late runner, Kaboom Baby, is racing in third, just inside of Lady Astrid and just outside of Richness. And then comes Run Fearless, and the back 2 are Solway and My Dam's Attitude past the half-mile marker into the far turn. Connie K with company up front from Heated Argument. And those 2 are 2.5 lengths clear of Kaboom Baby, who is getting an absolute dream trip here around the turn. And then a gap of some 6 lengths to Lady Astrid, a dropping back Richness. Outside of her is Run Fearless. Farther out comes Solway. And My Dam's Attitude, they're in the stretch. Connie K pressured all the way so far by Heated Argument. Kaboom Baby up on the outside. Connie K and Kaboom Baby, they're a good distance apart at this stage, inside to outside, but Kaboom Baby's going to go on by. Didn't have to come from too far out of it today, but that stalking trip draws her clear from Connie K. Solway appeared to be third over Run Fearless. Could be a photo for the show.
Kaboom Baby rolls right on by Connie K for the victory. 3rd win from 14 starts.
I think the way she ran and the way she finished and laid fairly close to the pace, we got to give it to her. Kaboom, baby. She just put the hammer down.
Well deserved after this performance. Yeah, she is rolling on this wet surface. Had been 0 for 5 on wet tracks prior coming in. And wow, did Connie K get hammered down late. 3-5 in the end. Big favorite defeated here in the 7th.
Yeah, wound up getting all the pressure from the 4 Heated Argument. She's the one who applied the pressure. Rich is not really involved early and kind of checked out, but Kaboom Baby showed her last couple of races were no flukes, and she just motored down the outside. Fast race, too, 109 and change.
Yeah, that is quick. Nice performance from this 5-year-old mare. Luis Quinones aboard for the winning ride. Kaboom Baby, no doubt about it, in the 7th. Best still yet to come. As Lafitte and Paul were talking about, looking forward to that matron coming up. That showdown between 3 terrific fillies and mares, including Pretty Birdie, 3-time stakes winner, including 2 victories at Oaklawn, trained by Norm Cassie. It's coming up.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It's Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Tomorrow, the road to the Kentucky Derby heats up in Hot Springs, Arkansas. America's Day at the Races brings you expanded on-site coverage from Oaklawn Park, featuring the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby and Grade 3 Fantasy. Don't miss all the action from 1:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern on FS2. Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. And a look at Oaklawn Park, those tents out for the big day Saturday, Arkansas Derby Day, 7th race. Kaboom Baby rolls right on by the 3-5 favorite for the win.
Yeah, laid up closer to the pace this time, not quite as far back as normal, and basically was traveling like a winner every step of the way. Yeah, your favorite did take some heat there, Connie Kay, but no doubt about it, Kaboom Baby was just very good and just motored home down the center of the racetrack.
Loving this off-going. 7-1-6 finish, $6.20 for the victory. And the first win in a while for this 5-year-old mare. Hadn't won since April 2021.
Too big a disparity in price there, though, from the favorite, right? They should have been much closer in odds, I thought.
I agree with you. 8th at Oaklawn. 5.5 furlong sprint coming up. This allowance optional claiming field. And 8-5 on Gunning. Kenny McPeak came back for her 4-year-old return to the races, and it was a winning performance with Francisco Arrieta aboard, and he'll be back aboard this afternoon. Well, Tyler Gaffalione, he's got a big weekend coming up. He obviously seemed destined to become a jockey. 3rd-generation rider. He used to ride the armchair of his couch, dreaming of one day following in his father's footsteps. After an Eclipse Award as the nation's top apprentice, he has developed into one of the very best in the sport. Here's Lafitte Pinkai with more.
I love the horse. I love being around them. They're
They have a calming sense to them.
Tyler Gaffalione pretty much knew he wanted to be a jockey before he could spell his name.
No, just the way that set up early.
Tyler Gaffalione. I remember 3rd grade, I think I finally perfected it. I used to get a couple of the letters mixed up.
Tyler felt he was destined to become a 3rd-generation jockey, following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather.
I remember my first pony when I was 5, I believe, was Chipper Jones. I named him after my favorite baseball player, and he didn't really like me, but we developed a relationship after a while, and he taught me a few lessons, but I need to learn them. I was born in '94, and I think he rode maybe a year or 2 after that, and I think he called it quits. He got in a pretty bad spill at Delaware. He taught me everything I know. He used to spend hours with me on my equicizer. I'd ride a few pretend races during the day, and at the end of the day, Dad, come see what I learned today, come see what I worked on, and he was just so supportive of me. Never pushed me to do anything I didn't want to do, just supported me, and just gave me all the love in the world.
Gaffalione established himself early on as a top jockey in Florida. However, it would be aboard War of Will in the 2019 Triple Crown that would put Tyler on the map nationally.
Tyler Gaffalione has War of Will, 4th at the rail and 4 lengths off the lead. A similar trip to the Kentucky Derby, right behind the pacemaker.
Just a pure happiness. He's a very special horse to me in my career. He taught me a lot, not only about this game, but about myself. Even to this day, I still get chills watching the race. It doesn't even seem real.
But it's War of Will coming down to the 16th pole in front. In front by 2 lengths late. A late charge from Longshot Everfast on the inside 2, but nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
The Spa is one of Tyler's favorite places. It had extra meaning in 2022. He got married in Saratoga 2 days before the meet started.
We decided to do it up at Saratoga. Most of our families from up there. They were born and raised, went to school there, and it just makes it easier for everybody traveling. And we're going to be there for the meet anyway. So it's a very exciting year for us. We're thrilled.
Number 6 is Got Stormy. The rider, Tyler Gaffalione.
I enjoy what I do. I love coming to work every day, and anything can happen no matter what you do. So you just got to enjoy life and make the most of it.
A lot of big moments in this young man's career and many more to come. And we mentioned earlier in the program, we just saw him win on Dubai World Cup Day, that Godolphin Mile, and a gate-to-wire victory on Isolate. He's got a big weekend coming up, including Red Route 1 and that Arkansas Derby.
Tell you what, that baby face, that youthful appearance doesn't tell the story of just how savvy he is about the game, his approach, his preparation. He's a very, very strong finishing rider, but I love the way he positions horses. And it feels to me like he patterned a lot of his riding style after Jerry Bailey, and I think that's a pretty good person to pattern your riding style off of. And his hard work and that infectious smile, he's easy to root for.
We're going to see him in the fantasy teaming up with Steve Asmussen on Grand Love, who won first time out. Going to try and turn the tables on Wet Paint, who's going to be, you would think, a pretty heavy favorite, but she still has major questions to try and answer. She has never been on a dry, fast track in her career, but on wet track, she's been unbeatable to this point.
You gotta love the way she finishes. I mean, she just seems to keep finding another gear, almost a turn of foot on dirt like you would see on a turf, horse. But is that kind of accentuated by off racetracks where they're sealed and she's running over the top of the ground? I love the fact that she's brave. She looks like to me like she'd run through the eye of a needle.
Looks like she just loves what she's doing too.
Yeah.
Wet Paint, 3 for 3 on dirt, but all again off or wet tracks. She should get a dry fast track for the first time tomorrow. We'll see. It would be exciting if she could do it again and back up what we've seen to this point on wet tracks, because if she can, at this point, I mean, there's no real big standout in this division by any stretch.
No, not at all. And she's got the right kind of pedigree by Claiborne Farm stallion Blame, who Breeders' Cup Classic winner himself. And the further they go, I think the better she is. The 1 1/8 of the Kentucky Oaks should not be an issue, and I think she'll want to run even beyond that. Think about races like the Alabama going 1 1/4. Listen, she has to answer the question, can she do it on a fast track? I kind of get the impression it's not going to matter. And most good horses, it doesn't matter. They show up and run.
You see that race, you see the races before that too, for that matter, but certainly that last race really seems like she has a motor on her.
She really does. And Paul, our colleague, friend Paul LaDuca just used the word relentless. I think that's a perfect way to describe her stride. She puts her head down, and she is just relentless in her run to the wire.
She's the 8-5 morning line favorite. Grade 3 fantasy on the road to the Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies tomorrow. We will have live coverage on our program. We hope you join us. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. Main event on this Friday card from Oaklawn. Still to come. Big showdown in the Filly and Mare Sprint Division in the Matron in race 9. We're a race away. Stay tuned.
Class and athleticism.
What we're seeing from Audible across the board are very athletic shapes.
They've been good sized, great walkers.
Strong, muscular bodies, looked like they would have speed and quickness and precocity.
They look like they'd be early enough, but they have the feel to me of a two-turn horse.
Which is really what you want to see from the freshman stallion.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Cannot tell the history of this sport without mentioning what Claiborne Farm has done. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13th hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's going to take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm going to win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Amoss Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
Oh, very proud Tom Amoss, smiling ear to ear as he should be. What a moment to win a race like that. She was an outstanding filly.
What made her especially tough was that she was a speed horse that when she got caught would fight you after she got caught. Most speed horses get caught, they get beat. Not her. She liked to fight.
Her ballerina at Saratoga might have been the best race she ever ran.
Didn't get off well, rushed up, got hooked. And again, that tenacity she showed. Most speed horses hang on. She didn't hang on. She met a challenge straight up.
Here's our post parade for the 8th. It's 5.5 furlong sprint, a real jewel. Blinkers go on for Tom Amoss.
Yeah, big price here, but has speed, rail, and add blinkers usually accentuate speed.
Huge price at 33-1. Kenny McPeak, this is gunning. She won her 4-year-old return to the races on a wet track.
Yeah, tried some really tough company last fall, came back in style.
Summer Shoes comes off a win as well. It was against Arkansas-bred runners at Oaklawn.
This is a hickory filly. Shows up every time, this Arkansas-bred.
4 for 6 lifetime. Chelsea Bailey will be aboard. We had that story on her earlier. Let's be clear, Chris Hartman trains.
Yeah, he's going to have to find a race faster than we've seen from her, but is a closing type if they go quick early.
Gabriel Saez on Sue Ellen, Michigan. More speed here.
Yeah, for you Seinfeld fans, Sue Ellen, Michigan, character in there.
Here's the 6 Canada's Custom, 17-1, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, for the Heilig Broats, potent combination over the years.
Her 4-year-old return took a big move forward. Adeline Julia, Tyler Gaffleone rider change here.
Yeah, Frankie Dettori's horse in the feature scratched. Tyler picks up the mount on a very promising filly.
Back-to-back wins for her. Jets Ajinin, big price went by, and here's the 9 American Lily.
American Lily could potentially add some speed to the affair. For sure, and she's well placed outside the other speeds too.
Yeah, makes a nice appearance too. Let's head back to Hot Springs with Lafitte and Paul.
Would have been great to see Frankie Dettori riding here at Oaklawn Park. Not meant to be. Gunning the heavy favorite here, Paul, and as good as she did look in her 4-year-old debut, you're going to try and beat her today.
Yeah, I'm going to try to beat her today. I just think that the 7 in here, Adeline Julia, is now being ridden by Tyler Gaffleone. If you look at this horse's record, only 3 for 3. She's a 4-year-old filly. She's making her 4-year-old debut. Actually, not her 4-year-old debut, but her second start as a 4-year-old. You know, when she won in the slop that day at Oaklawn to Breaker Maiden, she absolutely jogged. I mean, it was basically in hand. Then she came back and she won in her next effort from the one post. And I thought this was even a better effort because she sort of squeezed through the rail. She got a lot of education out of it. She's a filly by Oxbow. And the other thing I like about it is she's come back with some works, and Robertina Diodoro has worked her on a sloppy racetrack a couple times, and I love that. A lot of trainers do not want to do that in the morning. She's done that twice in the afternoon, and she's got a bullet drill. I think she's really, really dangerous at 3.
Gutty win. Gutty win you saw there, currently 3-1. Circling back to the favorite in gunning at 7-5. She was messing with like Echo Zulu as a 3-year-old filly, and then this daughter of Gunrunner makes her 4-year-old debut March 9th on a wet track in the slop. She's going to have to slug it out. She wins by a neck, runs in fast time, but the fight that she displays in this victory as well.
Yeah, I thought it was a good race, Lafitte. It really was. Now you wonder, okay, was the competition too much for her in her 2 stakes races? Or was it Lasix? She got Lasix back on this day, and she got the job done. I thought she was really, really heady. Hypersport was not going away on the inside. You could see they're going away from the 3rd-place finisher. So I thought this was a good effort. That was her first start since September, so you would think she's going to take another step forward.
So she won her 4-year-old debut gunning, trained by Kenny McPeak. Another colt he trained, Smile Happy, won his 4-year-old debut. We hadn't seen him since the Kentucky Derby. He resurfaces, victorious upon return. Here's that effort. What did Kenny tell you about Smile Happy and why he's running tomorrow's Oaklawn Mile?
It's pretty amazing because everybody's asking me, why is Smile Happy coming back on 16 days rest? He was dynamite on this day, was Smile Happy, and he loved the racetrack. Talking to Kenny yesterday, I go, Kenny, what's going on with Smile Happy? He goes, I tell you what, this son of a gun he knows what he's doing. I said, what do you mean? He said, I can't even get him out of the barn. I go, what do you mean? He goes, I can't get him to the racetrack to train. He has not trained since his last race. He can only get him out every once in a while. I said, what is he, Allen Iverson? He said, yeah,
Doesn't
he's
like
basically
practice.
Allen Iverson. He does not want to practice. So he said, basically, I'm just going to run him into fitness because he seems like when he gets the tack on, he knows that it's game on. And, you know, there's so many different horses like that. Tis Now wouldn't train. I remember Morning Line for John Sheriff's. And I want to ask Mig about this. He's probably ridden a couple of these kind of horses. Morning Line stood and never warmed up and actually won a race going a mile, a graded race. I'd never seen a horse not warm up. He basically just stood there at the gate and won. So he's just the kind of horse that doesn't want to practice. It doesn't want to train in the morning. But I'll tell you what, he runs in the afternoon.
Let's see if he shows up tomorrow in the Oaklawn Mile. Smile Happy. JK, gunning 6-5 as we have just reached post time. What do you think?
Well, I think that Gunning's owners, Grandview Equine, want to win another race in the next 24 hours significantly more than this one. Because they don't own Mage, but Mage, who's running in the Florida Derby, is a half to Gunning. And I think that they would love to own a filly Gunrunner half to a Grade 1 Florida Derby winning horse. So I'm sure they don't want to use all their good luck here today. That's why I'm going to go with the 7. That's not really why I think the 7's going to win. I'm going to go with the 7, Adeline Julia. The same reasons that Paulie kind of laid out. This horse ran well last time. Since finally getting into Diodoro's barn, seems to be training well. And I just feel like there's probably a little bit more upside in this race for improvement. There's not as much financial upside as Grandview Equine has tomorrow in the Florida Derby, owning a Gunrunner half to potentially a horse that could win that race. I don't think so. I think Forte will win. But I think the 7 is the one that you want in here from a betting proposition.
Real quick, JK, Eve of the Arkansas Derby, Eve of the Florida Derby, as you mentioned. Are you a Forte believer? What are we saying about Forte when the sun sets tomorrow evening?
If Forte loses, I won't even try to get you to come to dinner with me one time this summer at Saratoga. How about that? And you know I'm going to call you at least once a week.
It's going to take a lot more than that.
Well, I mean, if the horse loses, then Andy can come out and say, you know what, I don't owe you the dinner because the horse's name is Fort.
However you pronounce it. Talented, fast, a reigning champion, the Fountain of Youth winner, heavy favorite. If he wins, we're talking about a prohibitive favorite for the Kentucky Derby. He does have to deal with that 11 post. For a while, there was a stat, 1 1/8 races at Gulfstream Park. Only horses who had won from post 10 and out were Barbaro and Big Brown. We'll see how Forte handles a challenge tomorrow in the Florida Derby. Here, you had a thought as they approach the gate.
The one's a late scratch.
Oh, there we go.
And so now, I kind of does. I mean, this horse has some lick. Does the one some pretty quick speed? I mean, it's gone 21-4, 45-3. We've seen this racetrack, by the way. I know it's muddy, but they ran 109 and change. They've cut under 22 and change, which is quick. 21-4 and 21-3 in the last 2 races. So you're taking some speed out of this race. I know the horse was a big long shot, and does that benefit maybe the Archie bred? The 3 Summer Shoes. Listen, I think the 7 is a nice horse. Summer Shoes is a very, very nice Arkansas bred and can run. And Chelsea Bailey, I would think is going to try to take no prisoners and try to go to the front because Gunning's a horse that doesn't really need the lead. So now with the 1 off the rail, maybe Chelsea can try to punch the 3 to the front end.
How much of a bump in stock does Summer Shoes get? Strength of schedule based on what Kaboom Baby did about 20 minutes ago.
True, right? I mean, Kaboom Baby just was absolutely really good. Broke well, too. A great job there. And won nicely. But you're looking right at it. Summer Shoes beat Kaboom Baby and Connie K. Now, is this a tougher field? Yeah, but are these Arkansas breds? No. But I don't want to put Arkansas, Kentucky, whatever. You can run, and I know this horse can run, and this mare by Summer Shoe or Commander Shoes can run. And I'll tell you right now, Tom Swearington, and I'll be honest with you, I knew a little bit about him coming here to Arkansas. I know a lot about him now because he can flat out train.
Has Summer Shoes, if you like her, 7-1. Paulie going with Adeline Julia. Greg, the wagering public, they're sticking with Gunning 6-5 as they march toward the starting gate.
Yeah, Lafitte, thanks. 6-5 favorite in Gunning, and with that Tom Amoss filly, or mare, I should say, the one coming out, it does take out a big long shot, but who wanted to gun to the front? American Lily is the 9, the speed of the speed in here.
Yeah, and I do think Summer Shoes would be forward, but Gunning should get good position towards the inside under Francisco Arrieta. Grandview Equine is Robert Clay, Campaign the champion, Hidden Lake. And I like what Paulie said. Good horse can come from anywhere. It doesn't matter where they're bred. Arkansas, heck, you're sitting on a desk with a former jockey from Gravesend, Brooklyn.
And we got proof of that. Archie breds could be very good. Garhole back in action tomorrow. Very talented sprinter.
Fast horse.
Here we go. 8th from Oaklawn. Jim Byers with the call.
Now American Lily getting set for a start. Race 8. They're off, and a leaping start for the 5, Sue Ellen, Michigan. Summer Shoes came out well. So did Jetsa Ginin. There goes Canada's Customs in the white. American Lily from the outside. Adeline Julia is placed 1.5 lengths off of them in the yellow. Back to the front end here. Canada's Customs with the lead ahead. Jetsa Ginin is alongside. American Lily is 3 deep. Gap of 3 then. Adeline Julia is in a chasing position in 4th, followed to the outside by Gunning. She is moving up alongside Summer Shoes. Summer Shoes has been left in 5th here to the top of the stretch in the red. Gunning is going to swing wide outside of her. Let's be clear, in Sue Ellen, Michigan at the back. And American Lily is taken over in the upper stretch. And the closers are Gunning on the extreme outside. Adeline Julia under heavy left-handed pressure. Summer Shoes moves toward the inside. And here comes Gunning, gaining at American Lily. And Gunning is going to take over. Gunning gets there by 2 lengths. Up for second was Adeline Julia, then American Lily and Summer Shoes.
American Lily was going easy, looked like she had this race wrapped up, and then all of a sudden Gunning finds another gear.
Well, what an effort from Gunning. She was down on the inside. She didn't appear to like the kickback. She resented the kickback, dirt thrown back in her face, kind of backed up until Francisco Arrieta could get her out in the clear. And when she found her stride, it went from looking desperate to a certainty in a matter of 3 strides right in here. Once she kind of kicked in and found her best stride, this was a big effort going 5.5 furlongs.
Very impressive from Gunning, who we might be hearing a lot more from down the road. 2 for 2 now, coming back as a 4-year-old filly for Kenny McPeak. And she really turned it on late.
Didn't it look like leaving the 5/16 pole? Wow, she's got too much to do. And that all changed literally within a matter of 70 yards.
Bided her time to turn it on. But boy, did she ever. And now she's 3 for 6 in her career. Got beat in the debut when she had some traffic trouble. Only other 2 defeats. A grade 3 Dogwood against Echo Zulu. And a stakes race prior to that at Ellis. She has some quality to her. Wins here, going 5.5 furlongs. Main event is next. Talking about talented filly and mare sprinters. Showdown between Wicked Halo, Pretty Birdie, and this one right here, Monterey. Been a nice fit with Flavian Pratt. Won 3 consecutive graded stakes until she finally got beat in the test last summer. 4-year-old debut is coming up.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
The Kentucky Derby Bankroll Builder is back at NYRA Bets. Bet a $50 win bet on a selected Derby prep and get $20 for your Derby Bankroll, win or lose. Opt in each week to play at NYRABets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Main event on this Friday card is coming up. We just saw a really nice performance, though, from a filly who is probably not too far off these really talented filly and mares we're going to see in the next race. It's a big performance from Gunning.
She was a good 3-year-old, but I think she's definitely a better version of herself at 4. And this was a big effort, going 5.5 furlongs to extricate herself from the inside, get out to the clear to get out of the kickback, and then drop her head and finish the way she did down the center of the racetrack. I'm duly impressed. Gunning, I think, much bigger game in her future.
2 for 2 on wet surfaces. Sloppy seal track last time out. Wins in the mud here today. And yeah, she has certainly come back ready to go as a 4-year-old. Nice job by trainer Kenny McPeak. Grandview Equine. They have a nice one here. Francisco Arrieta again aboard for that win. Adeline Julia getting by American Lily late as well for second. 7-5 favorite. takes the 8th. Main event is next. It is the Matron 6 furlong sprint. Fillies and mares 4 and up. Talked about Flavien Prat, Madureira going to break. We'll team up with trainer Brad Cox here for her 4-year-old return to the races. Pratt on board for a Grade 3 Beaumont win. Grade 2 8 Bells victory, and then the Grade 1 Acorn before getting beat in the test. She has been off since that time. She is talented, and she's going to get reunited with Pretty Birdie and Wicked Halo. Of course, Pratt will ride. He was the dominant rider on the West Coast. And then Flavien Prat decided to move east, would better position him to ride top horses and put him in the conversation for an Eclipse Award at year's end. It was a risky move, but as Lafitte Pincaille explains, he is held up to the challenge.
French jockey Flavien Prat has experienced success everywhere he's gone. He had become one of the most prominent riders in California before moving his tack to the East Coast last spring.
4 straight graded stakes for Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. They're putting on a show.
Well, living in California was definitely not an easy decision. You don't want to be in the comfort zone and kind of, try to challenge yourself and see what could you do somewhere else. So that was my thought process, moving on the East Coast and riding with obviously a great colony of riders and different tracks. At that point, I thought it was the right thing to do.
Stepping out of his comfort zone is not something new for Prat.
I left home when I was 14 to get to the jockey school. I actually tried to leave when I was 13 and the school didn't accept me because I was too young. I think I cried for a whole day. Never been that sad in my life.
In fact, Prat's first introduction to horse racing wasn't with thoroughbreds.
I grew up in the harness business with my dad, who's a trainer. Now my brother was working with him. Obviously, when you see your dad, working from 5:30 to 1 p.m. and going back to the barn from 3 to 6, you learn what's hard work, and I just think it's an amazing way to live. In France, it can happen where there's a racetrack where half of the card will be harness and half would be thoroughbred. I love to go on the weekend with my dad and see the thoroughbred and then went a few times to Longchamp with my mom and some friends. So yeah, it's always been in the back of my mind.
Drugier, and she will deliver here, coming from off the pace under Flavien Prat.
By 2019, Prat had grabbed some of the attention of trainers nationwide, enough to get the call from Hall of Famer Bill Mott in America's most prestigious race, setting up the biggest moment of his riding career.
Obviously, we had seen that he was doing very well in California and was a good rider, and we put him on, and it couldn't have worked out better. What a great trip he worked out for him. He was 3 wide around the last turn, but he was able to avoid the contact that some of the other horses had on the inside of him. We actually did not get bothered. We took a slight little bump coming out of the turn, but really nothing that would have affected us one way or another. Then, of course, 24 minutes later, they hung our number up and made us the winner.
Winning the Derby was a strange experience. A lot of mix of emotion because obviously you win the Derby, so it's great, but it's by disqualification. There's always going to be some controversy, and yeah, I didn't cross the line first. And then you have to wait. We had to wait a long time before they decide to put Country House as a winner, so hopefully one day we'll cross the line first.
He is a tremendous talent, and it has been a seamless transition coming out here to the East Coast to ride.
Yeah, I mean, he just fit right in, and obviously, listen, very talented guy, knows about hard work. He talked about his family being in the harness game, worked from sun up to sundown, and just so level-headed. Really just so calm, cool. When you speak to him, he's wise for his years. He's really extremely mature.
This is the filly he will ride. Coming up, Madureira, as mentioned, back-to-back graded stakes wins aboard her last year before that third-place finish in the test, and that win streak came to an end. This was the race, obviously. Echo Zulu scratched at the gate. It wound up becoming just a 4-filly field. She dominated this group.
Yeah, she really did. Just a procession here and drew off. And obviously something had to go amiss in the test. She went off 30 cents to the dollar, ran well, was beaten a length and 3/4, and then went to the shelf. when I look at work tabs, I mean, and again, look at the easy victory here in the Acorn. I look at spacing of works. It's more important than time to me, and she has had a steady work tab, working every 7-8 days over the last month and a half, 2 months. And to me, that says a horse is healthy and they're doing good because there's no interruptions in their training.
And you look at the way she's run, she does not have to have the lead to win, which is a good thing, because Pretty Birdie is extremely quick to her outside.
Yeah.
And I'm the boss of me. I don't know if it's going to have a say late in the race, but she's quick early from the rail.
Yeah, I think the 1 and the 3 have a lot of speed. It's just only a 4-horse field, and her and Wicked Halo will be in the second flight behind him. Now, Wicked Halo has a little bit of a tactical advantage being drawn outside over Tyler Gaffalione, because you're trying to compromise your opposition within the boundaries of the rules, and in a 4-horse field, everybody's aware of where everybody else is.
Early on, we got a little ways to go here, but early favorite right now, it is Wicked Halo coming back off that third place performance, the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, and she was on an incredible roll before that defeat.
Well, she won the Priors last weekend in Saratoga. Then she won a race at Oaklawn just 12 or 13 days before the Breeders' Cup, and Steve wheeled her right back in the Breeders' Cup, and she ran extremely well there. You know, Goodnight Olive is a very special talent. Obviously, Echo Zulu was second there. Now she's had time off. She comes back as a 4-year-old, another one. Not a fast work tab, but a steady work tab.
And Steve Asman, he brought both her and Gunite back actually really quick on the Breeders' Cup program, which we don't see a lot of people doing these days, but they must have been doing awfully good to do it, and a good account of herself in that third-place performance. There's Steve Asmussen, winningest trainer in the history of North American horse racing. Going to send out Wicked Halo coming up, getting reunited with Monterey and Pretty Birdie, for that matter. Feature on this Friday card. It is up next. The Matron with 3 of the best filly and mare sprinters in the country going head-to-head.
Charlatan now a quarter mile from Arkansas Derby Glory, and he leads by 4 lengths. Basin continues to run in second. Governor Morris is third. Then to the outside in Anno Door, final furlong. Left-handed whips for Charlatan. And Charlatan is going to run them off their feet and win the Arkansas Derby. We will see you in September, young man.
Wins by 6.5. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago, when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Friday feature coming up next from Hot Springs here on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Get back to Lafitte and Paul live in Hot Springs in just a little bit. 7-5 favorite in the showdown with really three of the best filly mare sprinters in the country. It's going to be fun. Wicked Halo coming back for a 4-year-old return, as is Matarea. Pretty Birdie, at least she has the recency edge, and she might have the speed edge as well on this group.
Yeah, she's quick. A lot depends on what the one I'm the Boss of Me, who I don't feel like is a win candidate here, but certainly could have a say in how this race is run.
Call to post, you can hear. And we'll get a look at this group coming up. Starting with the one who could put the heat on Pretty Birdie in this spot. And I guess if you're Wicked Halo, but maybe to an extent Monterey as well, you hope that happens. I'm the Boss of Me seems overmatched, but she has hung around and at least tried to apply some pressure to Pretty Birdie in the past.
Yeah, and listen, she's a nice mare in her own right. I mean, she's Hickory. I don't mean to disparage her whatsoever, but this is a pretty salty group she's facing here.
No question. Francisco Arrieta will be aboard for Greg Compton. And just the fact that she's drawn inside and that's her best weapon. I know it's a whole nother level going against the speed of a Pretty Birdie, but you sort of have to do what you do best, don't you?
I think your hand is your fate is a little bit sealed, right? You got to play the hand that's dealt you, and you drew the one hole. For me, as a former rider, it kind of simplified things. Guys, I'm going to go, and then you can figure out what you want to do.
Now, we know Pretty Birdie is going to go as well, so we'll see how that pace duel develops up front. Pretty Birdie is lightning quick. And it took a very good effort. Ugiri was so impressive, who beat her last time out, was able to run her down. Ugiri looked like she has really taken a huge step forward. That was in that carousel on a wet track back in late February. So here she is. I'm the Boss of Me, 7-1.
Yeah, looks sharp on the racetrack, has speed, should be involved early.
Next door, Matarea at 8-5 for Brad Cox. Flavien Prat will ride. She was third last time we saw her in the Grade 1 test. Before that, she'd reeled off 4 in a row.
Yeah, and she has defeated Pretty Birdie and Wicked Halo previously. If you go back to the 8 bells, and very impressive in the Acorn. Hasn't been seen since the test, but training steadily.
Is she better at 7 furlongs?
I would think so, yeah, but this is a good stepping off spot.
Here's Pretty Birdie. She is quick, and she knows how to win, too. 4 wins in 10 starts.
I love to see that Eaton Blue with the brown belt of Mary Lou Whitney. Thank John Hendrickson for keeping those silks alive in memory of Mary Lou.
And here is Wicked Halo. She had won 4 in a row, and then she was third in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint in her last start.
Has an advantage with that post position outside of Matarea, where Tyler Gaffalione has the potential to kind of control the narrative here with her.
She's won, talk about that win streak for her too, when she put together 4 in a row. 7 furlongs, a mile. Did win at 6 furlongs, but then another 7 furlong victory as well. It seems like she could sort of do anything.
Yeah, and a daughter of Gun Runner. We saw Gunning just win as a 4-year-old the last race impressively. You would think that she's going to continue to improve and develop, but you would expect that from Madureira too. It's a really interesting race because it's an important race in its own right, $250,000 purse, but it's also a starting off point for some of these fillies and what they're looking to accomplish down the road this year.
This seems like this year this could be one of the really fun deep divisions.
If this is any indication, you know, the 3 of the 4 that you got in here look like they could be major players in that older filly and mare division.
We showed you that piece on Tyler Gaffalione. He's going to be aboard Wicked Halo, the 6, who's our 6-5 favorite. She's more of a tactical runner.
Yes.
How do you try and work things out of the gate here if you're Tyler Gaffalione?
Well, I think you want to come out running enough so that you don't allow Madureira to kind of get first run on you and get out from behind the leaders. You want to be able to keep him in the pocket if possible and try to discourage her with kickback.
This is the Raven Run. This was the 4th in a row for Wicked Halo, 7/8 at Keeneland.
Yeah, this is when she's in the midst of that mad tear right before the Breeders' Cup. This was her 4th in a row, and she was just very good. I mean, she looked like a winner every step of the way. She was poised on the outside. Kind of similar to the trip I kind of think she's going to get here. You know, poised, sitting just off the leaders, the real speed, the 1 and the 3, Pretty Birdie and I'm the Boss of Me, and keeping Madureira pinned down to her inside.
This is the starting point for her 4-year-old campaign, guys. Can she come back even better? She was very good late last year.
Wicked Halo, Greg, yeah, and with the team, with Winchell Thoroughbred, Steve Asmussen, Tyler Gaffalione, of course, they'll try to win the Arkansas Derby tomorrow with Red Route 1. Paul is with me. What are you expecting from Wicked Halo this afternoon in this first ever running of the Matron? Believe we're having technical difficulties with Paul's mic. We'll continue to work on it. Circling back to something Greg mentioned about Madureira and trainer Brad Cox. He was asked, is this what about the 6 furlong distance for Madureira? And he was very quick to point out that not her best cup of tea, quote unquote. And this is a prep, essentially, for the Derby City Distaff at Churchill Downs, a Grade 1 event. So just something to keep in mind. As good as she is, will it make a difference? We'll find out. But again, Brad Cox mentioning, you know, again, this is not her best distance. And the plan, depending on how she runs today, to go on to that Derby City Distaff, Madureira, as exciting as she was as a 3-year-old filly, unraced since finishing 3rd in the Test Stakes. But for this first running of the Matron, and the reason this race now exists, Oaklawn wanted to bolster this particular division for filly and mare sprinters. They want it to be a graded stakes race before long. You get this kind of company, and it's not going to take very long when you have a Wicked Halo, when you have a Madureira, certainly a race that feels like a graded stakes event and has that kind of purse, $250,000. As we look at Pretty Birdie, Paul, hopefully all is working technically. Pretty Birdie, who I don't know where she'll be at the finish, but I love watching her start and the way she absolutely blasts off from the starting gate.
Yeah, she's a quarter horse, Lafitte. You look at her, I don't think I've ever seen a horse that you look down in her 10 races on the PPs. She's broken first 9 out of the 10 times. She's a rocket ship out of the gate. Now, like I was talking earlier, what's going to happen with the 1 here, I'm the Boss of Me? And, you know, when I was trying to explain earlier before we had a little difficulties, is that Richie really just mapped this out great. I would think Tyler Gaffalione with Wicked Halo is got to play off Pretty Birdie. And if I'm the Boss of Me goes, okay. But his, I would think, object or his, you know, his plan would be is to stay on the side of Pretty Birdie and try to keep Madureira locked in and just get first run. You guys mentioned maybe 7 furlongs, probably, you know, a better distance for Madureira. It might be, but off the layoff, it might not. So I think that Tyler might have to sit a little bit longer. And if the 1 doesn't go with the 3, Lafitte, then the 3 could be very, very dangerous. But I just think the 6 lays off the 3. And the way the Asmussen barn has just been rolling of late, Echo again, and then another one. And then, you know, he's had some horses that are
Sorry, apologies for that technical difficulties. There is Wicked Halo for Asmussen, and yeah, Paul's right. I mean, he's really started to turn it on. We expect Steve Asmussen to not struggle too long, but he started out this meet a little cold for him. He's really started to pick it up, and Wicked Halo, obviously a world of talent. We'll see how she takes that step from 3 to 4 now for that 4-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the Asmussen barn is rolling, and you never expect them to be in a slow period for too long. Find it interesting, Wicked Halo, gun runner, you know, the sire, just an incredible sire he's turned out to be in a very short period of time. But she gets her pignet from her female maternal grandsire, and that's Tappet. So there's pedigree to back up pedigree here.
Did you see the talent disparity this big that she should be even money against the likes of Matarraya and Pretty Birdie?
No, I'm actually a little bit surprised by that difference. We saw that earlier. You know, it seems like the public jumps on one and they're just all in on that one. I think they're very close in ability, Matarraya and Wicked Halo. I do think Wicked Halo has an advantage being posted 4 of 4 and having Matarraya to her inside.
Surprising here. We'll see how she comes back. Both Matarraya and Wicked Halo. Again, it's their 4-year-old debuts coming back, and Pretty Birdie, we know that one is quick down on the inside on the Boss of Me, who no one expects to be around late. Pretty Birdie is quick, though.
Well, listen, if Pretty Birdie explodes away from the gate the way she normally does, and Paul pointed out, 9 of her 10 starts, she was first out of the blocks, right? Maybe she just absolutely gets the drop on I'm the Boss of Me and takes it away from her before there's any question if there's going to be any kind of pressure. Because I'm the Boss of Me doesn't look like her first couple of steps are as quick. Not that she's slow, but very few horses have Pretty Birdie's gate speed.
But you could question and say, is maybe she just a minor notch below the likes of Matarraya and Wicked Halo, but with a pace edge. It may not matter in here. She is, when she's at her best, she's freewheeling on the front end.
Her A efforts are very strong. Now, something to look at.
This was at 5.5 furlongs, by the way, in the poinsettia.
Yeah, and it just seems like as she got, going forward, right? As her first 2 starts without Lasix as a 2-year-old in her maiden race at Churchill, then the Schuylerville at Saratoga. And since then, she has not won a race when she was not competing on Lasix. She's run well enough. Now she doesn't get Lasix today, so is that a factor as well? Something to add into the equation.
Yeah, certainly Matarraya, who you're looking at, has run well. Not on Lasix, as has Wicked Halo, but it's certainly something to keep your eyes on.
I tell you what, Matarraya is making a really nice appearance on the racetrack. And she looks very fit to me, very focused. For a 4-horse field, you've got 3 really high-quality fillies here. And I'm the Boss of Me. Listen, I'd be proud to own her. She's earned $225,000, and she shows up. She's blue collar.
She just missed in a stakes race at Oakland. I think anyone would love to have her in their barn. And we'll see. She deserves a test like this against some of the best in the division. And we'll see how she stacks up. She moves in line. We know that Francisco Arrieta is probably going to try and do what she does best, try and challenge Pretty Birdie on the front end. We'll see how that pace stool develops. 4-year-old debut for Matarraya, the 2, Grade 1 winner, and Wicked Halo. Here we go with the matron, Jim Byers. The call with a Friday feature from Oaklawn.
They're in the gate. And they're off. The quartet came away well. Pretty Birdie is driving off to the lead as expected. Matarraya had a quick break. I'm the Boss of Me has good speed on the inside. And she's going to move up and challenge Pretty Birdie up the backstretch. Wicked Halo has moved into 3rd now. Matarraya content to sit 4th as they advance into the far turn. Half mile to go. And I'm the Boss of Me on the inside and Pretty Birdie on the outside. And they are head and head here and zipping right along as you might expect. Wicked Halo sits outside of them in 3rd. And Matarraya bides her time toward the inside here. We'll see which path she elects to choose for Flavien Prat as they come to the top of the stretch. It's going to be the rail for Matarea. The rail opened up, and Matarea comes right through. And Matarea and Wicked Halo now will match up. Matarea well off the rail. Wicked Halo to the outside. Well back to I'm the Boss of Me and Pretty Birdie. Final furlong in the inaugural matron. Wicked Halo on the outside of Matarea. These two comebacking mares. Wicked Halo getting the better of her late. Matarea fighting hard. Wicked Halo comes back a winner, 3 parts of a length under Gaffleon to Matarea. Gap of 5 then to I'm the Boss of Me, and then well back to Pretty Birdie.
Wicked Halo, what a performance, rolling right on by Matarea. She's now won 5 of her last 6 starts. This may have been the quickest opening quarter of this entire meet.
21.15. And I mean, so basically, essentially 21 flat. 109-1 the final time, a half and 44-1. Matarea got the dream run up the rail, and Flavien Prat was decisive. He had his spot, he took it, he went for it. Make no mistake about this, Wicked Halo was decidedly best. She got caught widest of 4 in a 4-horse field. She was probably 5 wide turning for home. And with the run that Matarea got up the inside, that dream trip, she's supposed to beat her. Wicked Halo was best. Big effort.
Performance, what an effort. And yet when you saw Flavien Prat slip through on the inside and take command, looked like it might be trouble. It was not at all. What a performance. Wicked Halo, again, 5 wins now. Her last 6 starts. She is 7 for 12 overall.
I'm impressed. Again, when your main competition and the race was kind of going to blueprint, right? Down inside of them, 2 horses speeding off. When she gets that dream run up the inside, and it wasn't a little bit of room. It wasn't like she had to bully her way through. She got every step her own way, the 2 Matarea. And for Wicked Halo to not give up after getting fanned wide and your main competition getting that dream trip up the inside, this was a resolute, determined effort from Wicked Halo. This division's going to be fun.
It really is, and she has stamped herself. Look, she was 3rd in last year's Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. We already know she's a major player in the division, but she may be right there near the top.
Yeah.
Here in 2023. What an effort. A gun runner filly, another good one for Steve Asmussen, who campaigned that horse. Winchell Thoroughbreds, and Tyler Gaffleon from off the pace, wide trip, and much the best in the feature prices when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown Triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5, Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Tomorrow, the road to the Kentucky Derby heats up in Hot Springs, Arkansas. America's Day at the Races brings you expanded on-site coverage from Oaklawn Park, featuring the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby and Grade 3 Fantasy. Don't miss all the action from 1:30 to 8:30 p.m. Eastern on FS2. Back on America's Day at the Races, what a race we just saw in the feature in the Matron out in Hot Springs. Main event did not disappoint. Wicked Halo running right on by Monterey. She's now won 5 of her last 6. What a great starting point for her 4-year-old campaign.
A really strong effort. Listen, if Wicked Halo wound up second, beating a half a length with the dream run that Monterey got up the inside, you would have said great effort, may have been best. The fact that she was able to continue and relentlessly wear down Matarrea, who is a good filly, they put on quite a show. I'm the boss of me, got third, showing good speed and secure inside the position.
I mean, where do you put this performance in perspective? She obviously got a very hot pace to run into.
She did, but she was chasing it wide while Matarrea was, slipping up the inside. I think both the winner and runner-up ran terrific and got good scenario, good pace setup, but they had to throw it down. And the fact that she was able to outgame Matarrea, I'm very impressed. I think she took a big step forward from 3 to 4.
Good news, obviously, for Monterey. Even her trainers, we heard from Lafitte, he believes she's a lot better at 7 furlongs. You would think that looking at her past performances, too, in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, of course, is the 7/8 race.
And remember, too, this is a starting off point for both of them. Now, they've got to continue to go forward from here, but I like what I saw from the 4-horse field. We got a pretty good event, right?
That was fun to watch. 3 of the very best in the division going at it. Tomorrow, tremendous Saturday card. We hope you join us. Arkansas Derby final stop in Hot Springs on the road to that first Saturday in May. 100 points to the winner to get into the starting gate. Realistically, you think about it, probably the top 2 finishers going to punch their ticket to Kentucky. Steve Asmussen should have a say in that race tomorrow. He's got the say, and he's got the winner, of course, from the Matron. Let's go to Paulie for more.
The Pearl in action.
Steve shouting out to his fans as he gets the job done here with Wicked Halo. I'll tell you what, these gun runners keep on giving. He was blowing a little bit. They try.
Oh, what a great running of the first Matron for him to catch the Acorn winner in something as accomplished as Wicked Halo. Just very exciting to have her back the way she finished off last year, including her third in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. But obviously it makes it extremely exciting for her to start running this fast at the beginning of the year.
Obviously, it was very evident that Tyler was like, okay, I need to keep Matarrea locked in here, and then boom, the rail opened. What was going through your head when that happened?
I did think that was the advantage that Matarrea would have won with. You know what I mean? And just knowing it was the right spot, I think that we were both aimed at the same spot, and the timing-wise, this was the right prep for both of us. But it was great to come out on the winning end, but obviously that mare will be tough to beat every time you run against her.
Well, you've had some of your comeback runners come back, and let's talk about tomorrow a little bit with Harlow Cap. Do we just draw a line through that last race, Steve, just because of the beginning and what happened?
Well, I think everybody went too fast that day for the fairgrounds and the racetrack and the way it played that day. I think that he's capable of better. I really think that the racetrack here at Oaklawn will suit. I like the rain we got today. I think we'll have a perfectly fast racetrack for tomorrow, and ideal circumstances for these horses to show who they are in such an important race, timing-wise, and obviously it being the Arkansas Derby.
And what about Red Route 1? Is he sort of the Rodney Dangerfield of the 3-year-old class? And let me ask you something about the blinkers. Are they going to be short cut, or what was behind that?
Well, I don't think he can drop off when they line out down the backside as far as he did the last 2 races and have success at this level. And the pace that was in the last 2 races, did he benefit from them? Both the last 2 preps have been run with water setting on the racetrack. So I'm pretty curious to see how he'll do on a fast track. But he's trained exceptionally well going into this, and we obviously feel like the extra 16th of a mile should aid him.
Well, we had a good run of the Matron. I know it was only 4 horses, but a thrilling finish as Wicked Halo gets it done. Steve Asmussen's horse is on fire. He'll have 2 in the Arkansas Derby tomorrow.
That was fun to watch, this showdown in the Matron, and we're looking forward, obviously, to Saturday. Harlow Cap, former Bob Baffert horse, that you got to think he's better than what he showed us last time out. And then Red Route 1, do the blinkers get him involved a lot earlier?
Yeah, just so he doesn't lag quite as much. Steve, a thinking man's trainer, always trying to tweak it, make them a little bit better.
We'll have live coverage on the road to the Kentucky Derby, Arkansas Derby Day tomorrow. Coverage begins 1:30 Eastern Time on FS2. Do not miss it. Hope to see you on Saturday afternoon. Among those we'll see, for Brad Cox, Angel of Empire, Grade 2 Risen Star winner last time out, 3 for 5 in his career. Flavian Pratt will ride. Rocket Can going to try and upset them for Bill Mott. Frank Fletcher Racing, runner-up to the 2-year-old champ Forte when we last saw him in Red Route 1. Blinkers going on for Steve Asmussen and Winchell Thoroughbreds. We'll see you tomorrow.